What's up, everybody? Happy Saturday. Hope y'all are having a great weekend. Welcome back to the stream. All is well here today. I'm expecting to not have to stop early to this time, so we should be good. We're starting earlier to make up for last time. Maybe we'll go... Not sure if it's because I want to end early because I have some stuff to do, or if maybe we'll just finish the game today. I'm actually hoping it's the latter. I'd love to actually finish this. That would be fantastic. But I will be taking a break in maybe an hour or so. I gotta just put in a quick order for DoorDash to get ourselves a snack, because we said we'd do that in the evening. So, but yeah, we're gonna push as long as we can on this though, and you know, hopefully wrap this up and it'll be great. That's all. I got nothing. Let's just have a good time. We'll have a nice, good, chill time. Alright. Let's pick up where we left off. Alright. Wait, was this really where we left off? Hold on. Old save. Was that where we stopped last time? Let me just... Hold on. No. Let me load it from where... Because that was the autosave where it did. Continue from here. There we go. That looks more right. I'm pretty sure we didn't stop mid-sentence. Okay. So, we came over to this side, and we've been looking around here. We figured out the Yatagarasu that they saw on the flag that night was a combination of both this statue... Thanks, phone, for telling me I'm live. And, this other statue over here. What does that mean? I don't know yet. Did we talk to Detective Bad last time? I honestly can't remember. It appeared that this pool served its function tonight as an emergency water reservoir. The pool even refills itself to the present water level, and when the planets align, a steel samurai appears from its depths. Yeah, so Larry popped out of the pool. This pool is used as a reservoir to put out fires at the embassy. And it automatically refills itself from these pipes right here, disguised in the leaves. So that's pretty neat. Fuck, what was his voice? So the Yatagarasu was just a shadow. The calling cards that were sent is what threw everyone off and made them assume things. It's possible that all of the events tonight were part of the overall plan. I'm going to continue investigation on the Alabastion side. You two, as I always say, don't do anything stupid, alright? I wonder if he's alright. It's unusual for him to be so nice. I think it's simply that he is concerned for our well-being, Francesca. Oh, silly girl. What about you, Lang? Ha! What a farce! Turns out that what I thought was the Yatagarasu shadow was some statues instead. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. Everyone was in a panic. And here I thought you'd come over to throw some sarcastic remark in my face. Of course not. You and I were both of one mind in pursuit of the truth. Huh. But are we really of one mind, though? I'll be returning to the Babal investigation now. I'll contact you if I find anything. You sure are stubborn as a rock. No? Can I? Okay, here we go. I get stuck on things. How's the investigation proceeding on your end? Lang Ji says that's top secret. If you're going to attempt to imitate your superior, at least do it well. I don't suppose he believes in the accidental leakage of information. Well, where do we go now? Kind of checked everything out over here. Maybe we'll go to the other side? Hello? Please? I'll continue investigation on this side of the building. Alright, I'm counting on you. Yeah, I think we said we were gonna go to the other side. Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth! Now come on, let's get back to our investigation. Yes, let's. Alright, what do we do here? Well, there's no one to talk to. Does that go inside? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. March 14th, 10:37 p.m. Damn, we're here late. Babali's Embassy's Secretariat's office. To think, after all that running around, we're right back where we started. It would appear that way. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth! Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Paleno, but I've yet to find his killer. Then, I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who is only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright? Mr. Paleno. Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure. Please feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Paleno. You're a total gentleman. You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss. Hey, Sir Paleno. Those two sure got chummy awfully quick. You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin? We should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah, when I came into this room, that person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that the person I was chasing is Mr. Calkin's killer. We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it! That woman is almost definitely Mr. Calkin's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved in this case. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries, I received a most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too? Yes, he has been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years. Uncle Bad. Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire. What? This kinda looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Does that mean that I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all? I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. But this could be how that person escaped. Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. In the office, investigating. I definitely thought that the flowers on the window in that one room were what was causing the shadow, so I was wrong about that. You can see the Alabastion Embassy through this window. So, where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth? You can see it from here. I was there on the 5th floor. That's where Damas II was killed. What? You don't mean the... Sorry, that was the wrong voice. Sorry. That's where the Damas II was killed. What? You don't mean the Damas II? Aw, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this. Even though Damas II was merely an imposter of the original. It appears that this area was heavily damaged by the fire. Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything. Nooks and crannies. All the nooks and crannies. Did I forget to turn off emote only mode? Maybe I did. That looks like a very comfortable chair.
Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it?
No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times.
Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes.
That's because I'm a prosecutor, and it's a part of my job to examine things.
And my job is to be a great thief.
Which is exactly why you are not allowed to touch anything. Fair. I think that's still the chair. What's in this drawer? It would appear that this desk also fell victim to the fire.
But it doesn't look too damaged. Ooh, I think we can rifle through this drawer a bit.
Suppose we really should take a look.
What the hell's this?
This is a rather unusual shape for a notepad. Suppose this must be another souvenir from somewhere. It seems that the contents of this drawer survived the fire rather well.
Now that's a sturdy desk. I guess that's the value of solid wood construction. Let's see if there's anything useful left in here, Mr. Edgeworth.
That's what I was trying to look at! No? That's... The unusual notepad. Souvenir from somewhere. Maybe we gotta deduce later.
So I guess the MC phones are just like normal phones, huh?
Well, what did you imagine them to look like?
I thought that babals would look like a flower and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way it'd look like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base.
If any country had a flower phone, it would be Alabast, don't you think?
Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Cordopia?
There's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place.
You know what you lack, Mr. Edgeworth. Curiosity and imagination.
There's only one book left standing here. Treasures of the World.
Wait, what? Let me see that. Huh, I see. Ah! The most important part was blackened by the fire. Why, cruel fate, why?
It looks like the map of where the treasures are located has been burnt. There's a bottle of Babalis ink on Mr. Cochrana's desk.
And it looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside.
The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink.
Hey, Mr. Paleno, it looks like your precious Babalis ink is all right after all.
What? That's odd. Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there's something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on that statement for me, please? No, I want to keep looking at the desk! I'll get back to you, Paleno. It looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them.
Babal sure gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief Coupon.
And what kind of discount would that net you?
The 5-finger kind, what else? And I'd steal an extra thing or two for the bearer.
Things such as?
Such as the truth. What else would I steal?
What I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right about now. Manny Cocken. His name is written here on this nameplate.
Why would you put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office?
I suppose it's to inform people in case they walked into the wrong room by mistake.
Do you think maybe it's also there to remind you of your own name if you forget?
Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to sit a nameplate on one's desk. Okay. Looks like a bunch of flyers and coupons. Wait, is that the same as the book? Whoop, whoop. That was an accident. I mean to click there. Let me out! No. There we go. Yep, same as the book. Okay. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Fireplace, huh? So Babal's offices have them too.
Two?
There's a fireplace in a relatively the same location in the Alabastion office. However, we found something there I'd rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe that we found that lady's undershirt in the fireplace.
If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You could climb inside and we could play hide and seek.
And come out covered in soot? I think not.
Ah, you really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth.
Alright, hold on. I need... My nose is getting really stuffy, and I want to open the window. So, give me like 2 minutes. We'll do a quick ad. How about that? Do a 1 minute ad. We'll be right back. Alright. And we're back. Awesome. Got some Sudafed from my nose. The window was open, so it's a lot stuffy in here. So we're good to go. The safe wasn't open at the time of the fire.
You could tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right?
Yes, and thanks to the safe's fire resistance, the smuggling evidence was preserved.
Aren't safes great? They always hold a wonderful promise of treasure within.
Well, this one certainly did have a few things inside. It appears that Mr. Cocken's body has been taken in for an autopsy. The white outline is all that is left to tell the tale of this murder. It's the charred remains of a fallen ceiling fan.
Oh, I've seen a few of those before. They spin around and around and play music.
I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies.
Yes, that's it.
But they're nothing alike.
They're totally alike. They spin those babies right round like a record.
I see. I guess I can see how you might think that. I don't know what kind of place she grew up in. So, this is the real Primax Statue.
This is really valuable, right?
That's what they say. Kay, you're not seriously considering theft of this statue, are you?
No way, Mr. Edgeworth. I wasn't thinking about anything like that. I was just calculating in my head how much the statue was worth.
That sounds mighty suspicious to me. Very suspicious. We still don't know where the blade of the Bobolice knife went. Could it be that the killer walked away with it?
It looks like all the souvenirs suffered some damage from the fire. I just don't believe it. Murder on top of arson? What a disgrace to the name of the Yatagarasu.
The fake Yatagarasu is guilty of much more than just theft, it seems.
I know, because if it were me, my first priority would have been to loot this bookshelf.
You would steal ordinary souvenirs that you can buy virtually anywhere?
You can't buy them anywhere. Each one is specific to a location and has its own value. And items that have memories attached to them are the most valuable of all. Hey, 21 Snakes, what's up? Hope you're having a good weekend.
But could you really rob someone of their valuable memories just like that?
No, because even if I take the souvenir, I can't take the owner's memories.
Okay, please. A grandfather clock. This one resembles the one in Alabast. Oh, that clock has been with us since back when we were still Codopia.
That is one big clock. Hey, does this one have a bird that pops out like a cuckoo clock?
I'm sorry, but no. This case kind of drags on. Yeah, it is very, very long. We've been at this one for a while.
Oh, but I'm sure you'll love its chime. Really? It's going to be 11 soon, so maybe I'll get to hear it then.
Is it that time already? Time sure flies by when I'm involved in an investigation.
Oh, it's not that late. The night's only just begun.
Okay. Okay, it's not good for you to stay up late, you know. About that.
Yes, Gramps.
Alright, let's talk to Poleno finally. We've been putting it off. Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight? Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Babali's embassy tonight. What a bother all of that was.
Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one after the Jammin' Ninjas show.
Well, the first one occurred at the start of the Jammin' Ninjas show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theater-goers, we decided to keep it internal. Who am I suspecting? I don't even know what's going on anymore. I don't know. I'm sure we probably met the suspect by now, but I don't really know. I don't know what's going on right now. I'm sure that CCU is gonna pop up at some point. Because we didn't do that flashback for nothing. She didn't run off being like, yeah, I'm totally the Yatagarasu for nothing. I'm sure she'll be back. So, we'll see. We'll have to see. And then, the fire after the Jammin' Ninjas show was the second one of the night. Exactly! So, the fire witnessed was the second one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? Oh yeah, see, it's all blazing here on the 3rd floor, and then you can see that the 4th and 5th floors are clearly damaged, but they're not currently on fire, so that makes a lot of sense. Gotta watch the details with this game. When was this photo taken? Apparently, right after the fire. Wrong voice. Apparently, right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. Photo of the Yatagarasu data updated in my organizer. Yeah, he did say that, didn't he? And we just, went right over my head, and I was not paying attention.
So then, what was the extent of the damage in the second fire?
The second fire was contained to this floor, the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above that caused it. And that's, how should I put this, a very bad stroke of luck. My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here. And Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye. Can I maybe check out your office? Fires and Babal jotted down in my organizer.
I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Poleno.
Oops, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask again? It's weird how nice this guy is, and his hands are always but he seems very nice. I don't know. I don't know what to think about him yet. We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were. And if you happen to know what Mr. Cocken's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well. Let's see. I've been quite busy all day from morning until now. First I woke up and then I brushed my teeth. After that I had a roll for breakfast. Too much. Fascinating. How about if you skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you'd like a condensed version. Alright, I could do that for you. Okay, buddy. Morning activities. So, what did Mr. Cocken and you do this morning? Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jammin' Ninja. But Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office. You helped clean Mr. Cocken's office? Or are you not cleaning your own? Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. The Bobolese embassy is undergoing renovations from top to bottom. Which is why both the Primax Statue and the Bobolese knife set are down here. I see. That makes a lot more sense now. Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we no longer needed and expired coupons in that fireplace.
I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain, though, huh?
Ah, about that. I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up a creek without Manny here to get angry at me. An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger. Oh, he was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Bobolese ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Interesting. Apparently orders go up the chain of command around here. Ambassador Pelena's testimony jotted down by my organizer. We need to take another look at that fireplace. That's about it for what we did this morning. Just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador and all. Afternoon activities. Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Calkin did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatre Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone. So they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I had straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater. Because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the three of us, Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jamin Ninja. He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit, I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me. But during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. So you didn't see Mr. Calkin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show? Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Poleno, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? Tell me about the ink. I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Calkin's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but... During the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all. The fire was green. What was the cause? Well, wheat crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. And Bobolese ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had been caught on fire. So that's why I was surprised to find out that there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk.
A case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery.
What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? Files? Files written in the ink? Ooh, or counterfeit money. Oh, hold up. Alright, we got something. We got a little bit of... I found a thing. Alright, let's go look at the fireplace first. Skimmed over this case so fast that you forgot all the details. This case is very long. Hey, talk to the fireplace, Edgy. Come on. Fireplace. And then traumatizing memories. We're not gonna look in it. Okay, fine. I guess it's not necessary. But this is suspicious. It looks exactly like the note that Damask had. So Manny wrote it to swap the statues for some reason. The shape of this notepad matches the shape of the note we found.
Hey, you're right. What is it? It looks like something straight out of Monument Valley.
Ah, yes, that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see? Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. You sure they haven't been burned to a crisp by the fires? Ambassador Plano, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. I see. In that case...
Ooh, did you figure something out?
This note was found in Alabast. Specifically, was found being firmly gripped by the murdered Damas II.
Damas II? Then this note...
Yes, it was a request from Mr. Cocken for Damas II to steal the Primax Statue. What? Manny! Try to steal Alabast Primax Statue? We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Cocken? Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. I can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any ideas as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? It is one possibility. Mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you can tell me would be of great help, Ambassador. Yes, please tell me more. Job for Damas II. I believe that you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Cocken hired Damas II. Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as a part of today's event.
But because of the Yatakarasu and the fire here, that got cancelled, didn't it?
I'm actually relieved the rest of the event has been cancelled. For you see, Babal's statue, well, it's just a replica. And did Mr. Cocken know of that about Babal's Primax statue? Of course he knew! That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd have to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority. Yes, I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it. It'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Codopia. At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw the note, I realized he was serious. Oof. Mr. Cocken conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Codopian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be. I don't know the answer to why he was trying so hard yet. But I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple kindness. Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, Gumshoe. My lovable oaf. There we go, that's the word. Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information that I requested? Yep, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all.
What is all this, Gummy?
It's all the information I got on this... Sorry. It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and the Interpol people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Good work, Detective. Ah, it was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk.
Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad.
What do you mean?
As a prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm gonna find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm gonna become a good Yatagarasu just like my father, right?
Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it is truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust.
You bet! So what now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor.
Yes?
That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon.
Oh, you mean Little Thief. You're coming to rely on it, aren't you?
I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. Oh, Edgeworth. You know you like it. It just makes your life so much easier. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered in the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire.
You got it. All right, here we go. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now, witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
Hey! It seems there are other things besides what the ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible that we might find the escape route that a person Kay saw used as well. Ooh, what is this? Is it some sort of light show I was not told about?
This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I inputted.
Really? That is certainly one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday. I believe it's about time we return to our investigation. Fire! These must have been the large green flames Ambassador Poleno saw.
With flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in.
Okay, by the time you had come into this room, had the fire already been put out?
Yeah, the fire had died out or something by that time.
Then this fire here only burned from the time the fire started on the third floor, until the Yatagarasu appeared and caused a stir in Babal, I suppose. This mechanic is cool? Yeah, it is very cool. It's fun to walk around in the past.
I guess Mr. Poleno was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh?
Yes, you could put it that way. And since you were the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course.
I knew it! That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Calkin's killer!
That is very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you, and must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here.
Okay, then maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in? But then, what did the person set on fire to make the green flames?
Well, whatever it is, that person burned. It made a rather sizable fire.
And since the fire's green, well, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean.
Yes, I do believe that what you are thinking is exactly why these flames are green. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same color as these green flames? Oh, Lord. Well... Are we talking about the lantern? Because this certainly burns green. The silhouette lantern. Its green flame comes from the wit crystal oil that's burning.
Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off.
I think we've now established that the green flames were caused by wit crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there is only one other thing made from wit crystal oil.
Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Polino was mistaken about, right?
Yes, precisely, as we found out earlier in our investigation.
What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir?
Fine. I suppose I'll explain it to you in a way that even you can understand. This is the thing made from wit crystal oil that Ambassador Polino was mistaken about. Uh-oh. Counterfeit money? Okay, this piece of evidence.
It's not needed anymore, right? Good, then I'll go in.
Nope, it ain't that. Okay.
Why? A piece is completely unnecessary. I mean, it didn't have anything to do with what we were just talking about after all.
Well, you can have it back.
I didn't think it would go right into a whole thing. I wanted to look around some more. Shit.
Something made of wit crystal oil that's in this very room. Lord. It's not samurai dogs. Oh, the ink? Talking about the ink itself. Babalis ink is made from wit crystal oil.
How? So it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right?
Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Babalis ink.
Because we found the ink Mr. Cocken used on his desk, right?
Yes, however, we know that Mr. Cocken was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all of that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames.
Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Okay, I got a little ahead of myself. That's what happened. It would appear that I finally found it. The smuggling ring's real goal. Made of Babalis ink, this is the source of the green flames. Counterfeit money! What would consume that great a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Zhengfa.
You're kidding! You're saying that it was Mr. Cocken who made the counterfeit bills?
I am. I believe you could even go so far as to say that he stole the balls printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Cocken had permission to freely use the printing press, correct?
Why, yes, and I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed.
Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well.
Yes, I suppose so. We've caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we?
It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Cocken and concealed his crime. For they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence.
Counterfeit bills data, updated my organizer. Can I please look around now? Thank God. I was just like, that took way too long. I wanted to look around first before I do anything serious. Shit.
Okay, anyway.
Why did the clock move?
This grandfather clock was apparently in a different position before the fire.
That's kind of weird. According to staff members, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, sir.
Which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire.
Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming.
Huh? That's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged its internal mechanisms or something? No, I think we need to look inside that clock and see what's coming up the works, because it's probably something important.
Ambassador Polino, may we take a look inside that clock? Good job, Edgeworth. Good job.
Good job. Sure, go right ahead.
Detective Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of this clock.
Yes, sir. I'm on it. Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir.
It looks like a length of wire. So this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. But what was a long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place?
Is that how we got the flying person?
What kind of wire is this? Wire data jotted down in my organizer. Interesting.
Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock?
It sounds like it wasn't Mr. Polino that put the wire in there.
Then perhaps it was Mr. Calkin's killer who did. Interesting.
It looks like one of the Babalise knives was already missing before the fire began.
So it would seem, especially since the other two knives handles were burned away.
The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon. And Babal's national treasure was stolen. Poor Babal, don't you think?
I'm not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babal's woes. What's all this?
So Babal is really into pushing their tourism industry, huh?
Yes, would appear that way.
You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case?
Do you already have a destination in mind?
Well, ideally I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thief training.
Okay. Well, if you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Jammin' Ninja TV show.
Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth.
I can't believe she took me seriously. Hey, the flag! Fireplace, huh? So Babal's office has them too. No, I don't want to talk about the fireplace. I wanted to look at the flag. Oh. We're not playing hide and seek. It's covered in soot. Yes, yes. Edgeworth's no fun. Uh-huh. Alright, curtains. You can see the Alabaster Embassy through this window. So where were we when we were investigating? On the 5th floor. Can I get, like, a speed skip? Instead of having to re-click through all of this? Jesus. Alright, well, here's the chair. That looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it? Nope. Okay, nothing new about the chair. We're always touching shit at crime scenes. And she's not allowed to touch anything because she's a thief. Well... Detective, you took a part in the initial Babal investigation, right? Hi, Chiriko. Yep, sure did. I also helped put out both fires, sir. And that first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First, I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I'd have been burnt to a crisp. Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh? Yeah, because that's... Well, it's not common sense, but it's common knowledge. You learn that shit when you're young.
Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic?
Detective, did you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Babalise embassy at all? I didn't personally, and the other staff members told me they never got a good look at that person either. I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective? During the fire. Second fire broke out around the time the Yatagarasu was spotted in the Alabast. That's also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babal, which caused some panic. So, no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagarasu that entered Babal? Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive ID, you know? You're also wearing a long coat, so yeah, definitely not. Hi, Chiriko, why are you rubbing on everything? No. Don't mute me. Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more.
A person in a long coat? Sounds like the exact same person I saw.
The Yatagarasu that appeared in Alabast is proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal is also suspect.
You can't be serious! Not when we're this close to capturing the fake! I mean, Callisto, you!
Oh, it's Callisto, right. Cece's the dead one. Miss you. Yes, Chiriko, you're very cute. You're a very good cat. Alright, hold on.
There we go. Now you're on the internet. Let me just adjust this. I know, Chiriko. It's so great to be cute on live on the internet. Rhea, what do you want? Hey. That's the mic. That's the mic stand. What are you doing? That's my hand. I think we can a little bit more so that you can see him better. There we go. Okay, cat. So, the Yatagarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Cocken, then disappeared. Alright, what you saw. By the way, detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu?
I did, but, well, this MC is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with, and I was lost for a while there.
Didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, detective? Maybe. Gotta make sure he didn't mute me.
I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir.
Hello, Chiriko.
But you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue.
Oh, is that a fact?
Yeah, it was when I was lost and wandering around in the 3rd floor hallway, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed towards it right away.
What are you doing, cat?
Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Cocken's body.
Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could.
And it was thanks to Gummy that Miss Sheena wasn't able to take me away. He covered for me until you got here, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon. Hey, be nice to Gumshoe. He's pulled through for us a few times.
Still, it's too bad that Agent Sheena got here before I did.
Oh, you're so cute. I saw that. You looking up at me upside down. I wonder where Agent Sheena was before you found her here. Oh, I just remembered! I think Agent Sheena is Callisto Yu. I definitely think they're the same person. She's just hiding out and a member of the smuggling ring. Can you maybe stop doing that?
Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door. Well, that's suspicious. She was in the room next to Mr. Cocken's office up until she tried to arrest Kay.
Agent Sheena mentioned something about chasing the Yatagarasu yourself earlier.
Well, she apparently helped in putting out the first fire. Then during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu.
She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her.
Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir?
We've examined everything in this office, but there's one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Poleno about it. Ambassador Poleno, there's something I'd like to ask you about.
Yes?
About this office, it appears to be similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock.
Ah, that's right! You've also paid a visit to the Alabastian side of the embassy. Our 2 embassies are Did you just slam into the microphone? Cat, please.
I'm sorry if that sounds weird to anybody. This cat is very excited to be here.
Our 2 embassies actually used to be one.
Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that.
Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. Because this one used to be one embassy, offices on 2 sides are symmetrical. Okay. Yeah. So, no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Even where the art is located is the same, as my room is currently under renovation. We worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office.
You mean for your handshake photo op with the Jamma Ninja?
Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth... Sorry. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Oh, okay, I get it. What's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of Babal's obsessively competitive spirit with Alabast, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Connect what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. Alright, I think we need the logic now. It is very hard to play video games when there's a cat who's like, pet me now. Anyway, logic. Probably Embassy is undergoing renovations from top to bottom. Connected fireplace. Ambassador's Alba's office fireplace is connected to the neighboring room's fireplace. Oh. And bilateral symmetry. So that means there's going to be... a secret exit in the fireplace. It'll switch. I hope this thread works the way I want it to. The Alabastion and Bobbly sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be fact, and this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway. Are you licking me? You are too cute. You are so cute!
A secret passageway?
In Alabast, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall.
A revolving wall? It sounds like something out of a ninja house.
Wow, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir? What? This embassy holds that kind of secret? There seems to be a lot about this room you don't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this.
Agreed, and my first thought is that it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. Revolving fireplace use? It's possible someone used the revolving fireplace wall. I need to examine it more. Can we go look at the fireplace now?
It looks like just another fireplace, though, doesn't it? So how do you turn it again?
In Alabast, I had to push where the X on the far wall of the... I had to push where the X was on the far wall of the fireplace. You! Look at you! Upside down tummers on cam? Who do you think you are trying to get so much attention from the internet? You just like straight up stole my pop filter. Can you give me that? Oh, I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it. Ah, you scared me, sir. There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts.
Huh? But we found an X where you thought there'd be one, right?
We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from the scene. Oh yeah, like all the shit that they burned this morning. What does this contradiction mean for us? It means it was used earlier. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. Yo, where's all the ashes? Cause you didn't fucking clean it out. All I see inside this fireplace is starter wood.
Huh? That's odd. It doesn't match up with what Mr. Polano said earlier.
Yeah, exactly. What is the meaning of this contradiction? It means the fireplace was used, dum-dum. I think that's the only thing to look at here. Oh, should I look at this? Okay, cat. If we push this X mark, the fireplace wall should turn. A revolving fireplace wall, that's neat, sir. We should hurry up and... Wait, detective, there's something we need to examine about this first. Besides which, there's also something I'd like to test. Like what, sir? I'll tell you later, detective. For now, let's continue with the investigation. Deduce. Is this spot somehow connected to the evidence I hold? Did I something about the shit that he burned this morning?
Same shape as No Pen and Babal office. They're all burned up in Babal. Appears to point to Cockin. I don't have the piece of evidence that I need for this right now. Hold on. Logic. How do I deduce what I need? Because I don't have the piece that I need. Because they were talking about how they were cleaning the office this morning, but I didn't get any evidence related to that. Wire. Oh! Wait, hold on. Yeah, it's the testimony. Spilled Bubbly's ink onto the back wall with burning files in the fireplace. Left ashes there. Okay, that was the one. That's the one I need. It's his testimony. I don't know why I forgot about that. Alright, here we go. Eureka! Ambassador Poleno, you said that you burned some old files on this fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking? And why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit I am a bit intimidating when I am serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. It's fucking clean! Let's see. Huh? Where did all the ashes go? The ashes that should still be in the fireplace are missing. Where did they go? They're fucking in the other room, dum-dums. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't really think that Ambassador Poleno was lying, do you? No, that's not what's happening. No, there's no reason for him to lie, and I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It is the fireplace that is causing the contradiction. Kay, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me. You got it! I'll add in the ashes from the burnt files, and... Sounds like we've pretty much figured everything out now, huh? Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us. Oh, I sense it coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right? How, you mean that? Well, that's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for, you know? There's really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. I want to go look. No, let me over! Walking is so hard. Alright. Clearly somebody used it. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is still clean still too clean for that. Ambassador Poleno said that he spilled some Bobbly's ink while he was burning the files. And yet, there's not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere. Well then, I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room, which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used. Revolving fireplace wall data jotted down in my organizer.
Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there?
Yes, I believe the person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Cockin's killer. It was Sheena! It was Callisto Yu dressed as Sheena. That's what I believe. And after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace. The person Kay was chasing used the fireplace to escape into the room next door.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route.
I have, but this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down. Sheena's location, and she escaped through the someone escaped through the fireplace. But Sheena was the one in the next room. Dun dun dun! Alright, let's do it. Where is she now? Where is she right now, anyway? She's supposed to be looking around here somewhere. If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape it into the next, then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room.
Well, the person that was in the next room was... Who's that person, sir?
Yes, Detective. Agent Sheena. Investigation complete. Woo! Get my health back.
It's looking more and more like Miss Sheena is the killer, isn't it?
Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Calkin. I don't have any proof yet, however I know she is hiding something from us.
Okay then, why don't we go ask Miss Sheena herself?
No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe?
Sir, is it my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on Damas II's note.
Okay, I'll get the lab boys on that right away.
Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace.
Right now, sir?
No, next decade. Of course, right now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we?
Come on, Gummy, you can do it.
Alright, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here I go, through the fireplace and back.
You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, Detective.
Wow, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn. Bye, cat.
That's so neat. Now I want to try going through there too.
There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea.
It would appear that the ash really was pushed into the other room. Furthermore, the Bobbly's ink you spilled, Ambassador, is there on the back wall.
Okay, here I go, sir.
Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer.
Huh? There's all this ash and stuff.
And your point is, we're short on time, so if you could please hurry on through.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right?
No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve. Such as the Yatagarasu's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, the 2 weapons that made it across the border, the key Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to these embassies.
Mr. Edgeworth.
A number of pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted.
What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said that it's easy if you follow the leads.
Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay?
If it's info gathering you need, Gummy and I can help with that. Then all you'd have to do is show off your fancy-smancy logical deductions.
Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that?
Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? We've been so focused like a laser on only what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us.
Kay.
That's the sort of thing I say to myself when I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know?
That is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect for your sake.
Yay, looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir.
Yes, I can see that. Good work, Detective.
Looks like you can use that fireplace like a door, sir.
Are you alright, Gummy?
I'm okay. It's just a bit of ash and dust is all.
Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black.
Yeah, well, quite a bit of unburned ink got on it, sir.
I see. Thank you, Detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay for the cleaning bill for the trench coat.
What? Oh, no, sir, I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. It's just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it cleaned, but, you know.
I see. Very well then, as you wish.
So because Gummy was able to climb through that fireplace, we know it can be used, right? Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact.
And that is...
I'll have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir, I'll be back before you know it. The handwriting analysis on Mr. Calkin's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let us go and wait in the Theatre Neutralis along with Agent Lang and Agent Sheena. Ooh, are we getting to the end? This seems like the final chapter. I'm excited. Alright, we're gonna take a quick break. So let me put on some music. I need to place an order for something for DoorDash because we agreed in the household that we were gonna get a little snacky snack. So I gotta go do something real quick. Alright, let's put it on. Where's my break screen? Uh-oh, where is... I gotta put the game up. Hold on. Display capture, add existing. There we go. Too big. We're fixing this live, guys. Oh no, that's the wrong one. No, break screen. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I got this, I swear. And then we're gonna fix the correct thing, which is this one. There we go. Okay, cool. Alright, be right back, guys.
Hey, I'm back. Alright, let's see here. Let me just... I'm gonna pause this music. We're gonna go back to the correct screen here. That's the one. This one. Alright, here we go. Alright, let's continue. March 14th, 11:33 p.m. through Atcham Neutralis Lobby. I hope we finish this today. Agent Lang. He got his fucking weird sunglasses on. What happened to his sunglasses? What's with the axe on his face? I mean, I'm an X Japan fan too, but that's a little weird. Lang Ji says little cubs never do they know the real fury of the elder wolves. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor. The counterfeit bills made with Babalis ink. They were all of Zhang Fa denominations. Yes, so I heard from Miss Von Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. They must not have figured out that it was all burned yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Yeah, I bet. Zhang Fa is in financial chaos as we speak, because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. But it's not just the money. Citizens are also worried. I've staked the honor of the House of Lang on this. And I've come to this land to capture the mastermind behind this whole mess. I investigated how the bills were being made, and how the ink was smuggled into Zhang Fa. And I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, Don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight. Oh, no, it is I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think out a better solution. Curse this, you fool! Curse your empty brain! You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. Take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Sheena, let's go. Time to return to our den.
Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's nothing much else for us to do but to go home as well.
Agent Lang, a moment if you will.
Hold it! You Wolfman and the secretary lady, hold it! Objection! Pow!
Do I have any suspects? Oh, I forgot about Sheena being in the next room. And how, like, when she took off her glasses. I forgot that I had, when she did that, I was just like, are you Callisto Yu? And then they brought her up again, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's who I think is Callisto Yu. I'm pretty damn sure it's her. I forgot she existed for some reason. I don't know. It's fine. Detective Gumshoe, have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already?
Yep, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Coffin, sir.
Just as I thought. Good work, Detective. Tomas's note data updated in my organizer.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, how long do you intend to hold us up for?
Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind.
Yes?
How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagarasu?
Oh, my camera froze.
Son of a frick. Hold on. XSplit, why you do this to me? I think the program just straight up crashed because it's not launching. Alright, where are you so I can End you, and then restart you. Alright, 1 second. Why are you like this sometimes, camera? Okay. Well, now you're not picking up the right things. There we go. Okay. Hey, we're back. Okay. Sorry about that. When you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Cocken was killed, I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor! What are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Lang isn't touched the Babal investigation at all, so I suppose I will need to explain a few things to him first.
Miles Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours.
Hello? The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth.
Oh, sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I'll supervise you until the end.
She's seriously going to treat me like a subordinate for the rest of the day. You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. Ha! I should have known. That you and I are destined to fight it out till the very end. It would appear that way. Well, I'll prove her innocence, so let's see what you've got, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Ah, our testimony thing. It can never end without testimony, so here we go. With pleasure. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal, and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. How many rounds of testimony are we gonna have to do for this? Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony? You mean the suspicious person in a coat that she saw? That's right, that person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu. Pretended? And what do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second, but first I want to review what this person's case saw did. Kay, if you could please explain what the person you were chasing did for us.
Okay, you got it. I first spotted the suspicious person near the open-air stage on the Babali side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase.
For the sake of argument, let's call the suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now, please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor.
Can do. I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Babalese embassy. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway, until the sudden turn. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Cocken's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then...
Lang's character is a cut designed for a character in Apollo Justice. Lang was originally going to have 2 eye patches, but that was replaced by the sunglasses. Oh, interesting.
Who's there? By the time I turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared.
Can't wait to play Apollo Justice. I think that's gonna be next after this one? I don't remember. When Kay entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Lang? What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? That person slipped out through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness. Sorry, but I know for a fact that the person didn't escape through that door. Am I gonna play Investigations 2? If I can find a good... Because the thing with doing that is I have to get access to the fan translation because there's no official release of it yet. And I'm like a little bit iffy about doing that on a stream. So I would need to like buy the game legitimately, like in Japanese first, for that to be okay. But we'll see, we'll see. I would like to play it eventually, but I'll have to like figure out a good way to do it. Oh, and how do you know that with such certainty? That's easy. If the Yatagarasu had left through that door, they would have run right into this person, Gumshoe. Homicide detective at the local precinct in charge of the initial investigation. Yeah, it's hard when it wasn't officially translated, yeah. Because the thing about streaming the games is, like, you can use emulators and stuff, but you have to also own the actual copy of the game. So, since I don't actually own that game, I can't use the modded version to stream it. So, like, there's like a weird gray area with that stuff, and yeah, so I'd have to like figure out how to buy it normally, and then I can look into the fan translation. Or Capcom could just be amazing and finally release that game in the States, or, you know, anywhere in English, and I would love that. But until then, it's gonna be a little tricky. We'll see. Someday. I'm sure it'll happen eventually. This is the person the suspicious person would have run into. Huh? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure you're not losing it? I haven't lost anything, and it's certainly not my mind. Oh, I thought it was Gumshoe. Maybe not, but you definitely have the wrong person. Damn. Maybe just terrible with not only logic, but names as well. What was it, me? Wait, wasn't she saying that Gumshoe was saving her until Edgeworth arrived? Maybe just terrible with not only logic, but names as well. Damn it. No, I was mistaken, you didn't have to insult me. It wasn't Gumshoe. Think, Miles, recall the circumstances around Kay's near arrest. There was someone right next to Mr. Calkin's office investigating at the time. I thought it was Gumshoe. Oh my god, this is what happens when you don't remember shit well. Oh, Sheena herself, right? Yeah, your answer is Sheena! Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. That game came out in 2011. Highly doubt Capcom will translate it at this point. Yeah, it's very doubtful, but some fans are still kind of holding out and have asked for it. But it's like, it's tough. Although, it's not unheard of for a company to go back and release a game that they previously never released overseas before. So, although it's a long shot, it's not impossible. It'll become a little bit more, like just a little bit more likely every time an anniversary pops up. Like, for example, we finally got the new ones that just came out for the anniversary, the Great Great Ace Attorney ones. Those were previously like unreleased for a while, even though those came out after Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Anyway, point is, like, perhaps on an anniversary of the Phoenix Wright series, they will consider it. It's a long shot, but it's a little bit more likely when that happens, so if people keep asking for it, maybe they might eventually do it. Or maybe even just, like, a re-release in Japan would be fine, so that I could, like, buy the official copy, and then it'll be totally fine for me to use the fan translation. Alright. Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Calkin's body, the Yatagarasu would have run into Agent Sheena, who was in the next room over. Excited to get to Apollo Justice. Just finished a couple weeks ago. It's so good. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm very much looking forward to it. Agent Sheena, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question?
No, I didn't see anyone.
You see, therefore the Yatagarasu could not have escaped through the door. Just means that the creep slipped out before Sheena made it out into the hallway. I doubt that, as there was another person in the hallway, a certain detective. Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at that time? Me, sir? Well, when I heard Kay's scream, I ran towards Mr. Calkin's office from the opposite direction of Agent Sheena, sir. So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under those circumstances, the door was not a viable route. Ah! Ah!
Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. You nailed him with just an explanation of what happened.
Yes, I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. But this is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well. I have yet another possible escape route the Yatagarasu could have taken. I get it. So that's what you were trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess, this is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out. Precisely. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to bust out a revolving fireplace wall explanation, right? Gumshoe, you ruined it! The moment! Oh, it's fine. No, not quite yet. Oh, he didn't say it loud enough. Okay. Good job, Gumshoe. I'm sorry, I take it back.
Huh? But why? I thought this would be the perfect time.
The revolving wall on the Babalee side is known only to 4 people. And if we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end. What's with all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics? Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off. That smug, haughty attitude of yours. You really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? You know what I just realized? This is probably how they ditched how Sheena ditched the coat. She just like took the wire and was like, whoop! Let me just throw that coat away over there. Huh. Well, no matter. I figured it out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. And since that an eerie picture of said escape route exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Yatagarasu's escape? Not exactly. I guess Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that at first I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. Yeah, so did I, until we fireplaced it. However, I now know that to be impossible. Now I realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly. Of course I know that. That's bloody common sense. Besides, I never said I thought that photo to be of the Yatagarasu's escape route. I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself. The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kay was chasing after. You can say whatever you'd like in whatever language you want. But there's only one language I really understand. The language of evidence. Very well then. I present to you proof that the person Kay saw is not the same as the one in the photo. Ah, shit. Not the same as the one in the photo? Is it because of the wires? No. I don't know where we're going with this. Well, let's see. Photo taken after the first fire on the 4th and 5th floor had taken place. Oh, this is after the first fire. And yeah, the timing is wrong. I don't know if this is the right thing, but here we go. Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kay saw. Kay spotted the Yatagarasu heading for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire.
Yeah, way to go. That's twice you bit him in the butt now.
We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is. And how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet. Ha! As I thought. However, the Yatagarasu's escape route, and that I can answer. You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on, enlighten me. Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You're busy heading up the Alabastion investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you'd have much knowledge about the Babalis side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Sheena, explained in my stead? Sheena's my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss?
Lane, it's all right. I can take care of him.
Sheena!
You've shielded me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth.
Alright, if you're okay with it, then you have my support. Finally, it's down to just Agent Sheena and myself. This is where the battle really begins.
Now then, what is it you'd like to ask?
Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Babalis embassy? Sheena's movements. Here we go, testimony time.
During the first Babalis fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babal.
Another fun fact about Lang, he was shirtless in his original design. Oh my god! Too fan servicey, too much. That's funny though. Alright, so she's saying she was there and she moved into here.
While I was searching, I heard a scream come from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical about that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. And that is all I have to say. But I'm not lying when I say I saw a suspicious person run into Mr. Calkin's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony. Good.
Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation?
No, I moved alone.
In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi. Is that correct? Are you calling her suspicious just because she was in a room by herself? How pathetic. And it wasn't when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale? Ooh, got you there, Lang. And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner? Ooh, ha ha ha! Nice.
Not that it's unexpected for that useless numb to get into such a situation. Also, I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected.
I'll make no excuse for what I did in that situation. And you should apologize right now for making Kay put out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry. Sheena, apologize.
I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, I never doubted you. Not for 1 second. And the same goes for me. I believe in Sheena. Oh boy, you about to get fucked over. Then let's put that to the test and see if she really is worthy of your trust.
This promises to be interesting.
Alright, rebuttal time. Press everything. She assisted in putting out the fire during the first fire. So, you helped with the fire extinguishing effort?
I was in charge of the police on the Babalis side, so I helped them with their work.
Police doing the job of firemen. You really know how to work people. She sure does. That's because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage.
I guess so. She's always bringing you a business card or a scroll at just the right time. To prepare everything before I'm ordered to. That is the definition of a secretary.
She kind of seems more capable than Agent Lang, doesn't she?
At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, Detective.
Oof. I kind of had a feeling you were going to say that. Poor Gumshoe. Sheena's more than just a capable secretary, you know. Sheena, tell him what other things you're good at.
Alright.
Searching for the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal. By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the third floor of Babal, correct?
Yes, that's when the suspicious person was spotted in Babal. Then you were after the same person in the long coat that I was after. There's no proof that the suspicious person was really the Yatagarasu, because no one was able to get a good look at the person's face.
By the way, how was your team's investigation?
In order to extinguish the fire, water was pumped into the third floor via the windows. So the majority of the investigators conducted their searches on other floors.
Maybe they did, but there was one person who was wandering around lost on the third floor.
When the fire was pretty much out, I moved to investigate the third floor.
And you did that alone?
Yes.
Heard a scream coming from the next room over while she was searching. So, you were in the room next to Mr. Calkin's office?
I already told you I was earlier, as I was examining the neighboring room. I heard that girl's shrill scream. Upon hearing her, I immediately ran toward Mr. Calkin's office.
Wherein you proceeded to arrest her, as I recall.
Yes, I did.
But she was totally innocent, pal. I thought we had already cleared that up.
She put her sunglasses on just so that she could take them off again.
And I thought I had already apologized for my behavior. Now the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet.
I have to agree. Right now is not the time to take issue with that.
Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
But what I do take issue with is the fact that you didn't see the Yatagarasu, Agent Sheena.
The prosecutors of this country are also strange.
She was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu even though she was in the next room. You were unable to catch even a glimpse despite being in the next room. Is that true?
I really hate to repeat myself.
I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you are not misremembering something. We wouldn't want you to be accused of lying later on, would we?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor! Are you calling Sheena's testimony a lie?
Agent Lang, I'm talking with Agent Sheena right now. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't interrupt us with your superfluous comments.
Aw, you know, I feel kind of bad for him.
I understand his pain at watching one of his subordinates being accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes from the truth.
Lang, I'm alright. And as for you, I think you should be focusing your doubts on that girl rather than me.
And why is that? She's very skeptical the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. Are you throwing Kay's words into doubt again?
Well, she does claim to be the Yatagarasu, right? And she did try to chase down the Yatagarasu, despite being just an average citizen.
Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yatagarasu.
That's right, which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Yatagarasu. And I suppose you have proof of that somewhere? Not quite, but even without any, I have people who believe in me, and that's enough. I see.
Kay's testimony is without flaw, but as for yours, well, let's just say that I find your testimony to be a bit suspicious. There seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony.
Oh, then why don't you show her using what we found out with Little Thief?
I will in due time. Wait, hold on, what did we find out? Let's see. How could she have not seen the Yatagarasu? 2 fires broke out in Babal. First fire was the Jam and Ninja show. Second fire at Bubbly's embassy occurred after the Jam and Ninja show. Fire occurred on the 3rd floor, and Mr. Calkin's office caught fire during this. There are signs the rolling fireplace wall has been used on Babal's side. Fake swapped with the real one. Single stab to the neck. Body wasn't badly burnt by the fire. Yatagarasu stole this from the embassy 7 years ago, so that's all a knife. Carried across country lines. Could have been paper. Doc related smuggling. Knife handle. Counterfeit bills. Ink. Two large flowers in bloom. Vines are supported by stakes that are still growing. Why do we still have this? That's interesting. Samurai dog. That's also an interesting thing that we still have too. Touch the... Let's see. Are we talking about the fireplace and how it was used? The escape route of the Yatagarasu the K was in pursuit of. If it turns out that it really does lead right to Agent Sheena, then what is it that she's keeping from us right now? Yeah, there's no way that she didn't see the Yatagarasu. Although she was in the next room, she was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. Okay. I guess now's the time to talk about the fireplace. Ready? Objection! Being in the room next to Mr. Calkin's office is the problem with your testimony. Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all. Ooh, thank you. I'm gonna hide this from the cats, because, you know, they'll eat it. Now I have way too many beverages, but that's fine. Alright, let me finish this one. Okay. Right. Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all. Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastian office fireplace? Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects the office with the room next door? What about it? Well, Alabast isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. What? The fireplace in Mr. Calkin's office holds the exact same secret. What? The Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. I saw that flash of her hair. Now do you see? The Yatagarasu had escaped into the next room, and the thief would have run straight into Agent Sheena, meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu. Ah! Hiya!
What is the meaning of this, Miles?
Well, would you care to explain, Agent Sheena? How you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu? Or shall I? What kind of BS excuses you want to come up with now, woman? Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kay saw in the coat, pretending to be the Yatagarasu, and you were the one she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Calkin's office and headed for the fireplace. Then, you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Sheena. After that, you came back around to place Kay under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace.
How dare you make Kay look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? Ooh, he is sweating bullets. Sheena? Oh, crazy lady. Definitely Callisto. That laugh. Predicted this immediately? Yeah. When she took off her glasses, I was just like, that looks familiar. I remember this irritating laugh. I'm getting chills down my spine.
It can't be, but it has to be.
Sheena, what's wrong with you?
I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh.
Funny, you say?
Yes, that you would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are also very strange. Do you think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's that prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. The Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route.
The tone of the voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed.
That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose, and then we can have a real battle of wits.
For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor.
Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know.
I know, and that is why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question.
My question?
Here is your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in Babal was used recently. It's the testimony, right?
I'm sorry, but this is really your honest answer to my question?
Yes, according to Ambassador Paleno's testimony. He said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Cocken.
Oh?
The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there.
Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up.
Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Paleno said that he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer was simple. When the Yatagarasu went through that fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Cocken's office is my proof. And just what is so funny?
Ashes proof? Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court? You still wish to fight us? Of course, why wouldn't I?
In that case, let's hear your counter-argument.
My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court.
Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now.
I suppose. I've had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all.
Is this really going to be the last testimony, though? I have my doubts. Sheena's rebuttal.
In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace, now can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Calkin's office. And there you have it, my counter-argument.
Ugh. That's very impressive. She has seen through to the fact that I've yet to gather that one piece of evidence. What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now.
If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But
Kay, pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. That's some dramatic music that just kicked in. This chase you're running to catch the truth. You must see it through to the very end.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through to the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth.
With pleasure.
Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it?
Sheena! Please. Show me you're someone I can trust. He's got doubts, man.
Don't worry. This will be the deciding match. You'll see.
I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Sheena. Shall we begin?
I'm ready whenever you are.
That smug-ass look on her face. All we've proved is the rotating fireplace wall was used. So she says. We gotta press everything, that's how we get to the bottom of this. It sounds to me like you're saying my explanation is not good enough. I was able to go through the revolving door myself, so that should be proof enough even for you, pal.
Ha! It looks like you don't quite understand. But by your looks, I can guess that you're not all that learned.
Ouch! Talk about rude. You should watch what you say, pal. Sadly, I can't say I disagree with her on that note. Oof.
But you know what I mean, right? You may have proven that the fireplace was used.
Can't really call that proof the Yatagarasu used the fireplace. So, you want proof that the Yatagarasu was the one who used the fireplace?
That's right. Well, do you have any? Can you prove that it wasn't the Yatagarasu who used the fireplace? I don't need to prove anything to you. Objection!
Kay, if you could please not steal my line.
Sorry, but I just couldn't hold it anymore.
Well, don't fret and leave her to me. All you have to do is sit back and watch.
Aha! You may seem to have some wiggle room, but without any evidence, it's meaningless.
Who was it that used the rotating wall? It's possible that the Yatagarasu left fingerprints inside the fireplace. No, she wears gloves.
Sorry, but I had the forensics team check that already. All they found were prints belonging to Ambassador Paleno and Mr. Calkin.
Curses. I should have known better than to think the Yatagarasu would have been so careless. But there must be some sort of evidence that we still have yet to find.
Aha! I take it you have no further objections?
We already finished our very thorough investigation. So, Interpol has finished examining the entire Babalis embassy?
Yes, the investigators who weren't allowed into Alabas were incredibly helpful. They all put in great effort to search for any sign of the Yatagarasu. And yet, despite all that effort, it appears that they failed to notice a lack of ash in the office fireplace. Furthermore, you were the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Calkins, correct? I didn't notice the ash there in the fireplace of that room, and for that I'm sorry.
You don't need to apologize, Sheena. As your boss, your mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I'm sorry.
You know, maybe this guy's not such a bad guy after all. He apologized for his subordinate and everything. What a great boss.
Edgeworth, he's saying that I don't do anything for my own subordinates. Well, you keep docking his pay, in fairness. This poor man can't even live off ramen anymore.
No, nothing of the sort, sir.
You are someone I really respect, sir. If you are a bit too strict sometimes. That is only a problem on your end.
Wow, way to be super hard on him in response.
Am I really too strict on everyone? Yes.
Anyway, Sheena, you didn't find anything in Mr. Calkin's office, right?
That's right, we finished our investigation.
Found not a single suspicious thing in the office. Hey, Chiriko. So, you really didn't find anything?
Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yatagarasu's key and the document detailing the smuggling operation, but we still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Babali's knife handle yet.
Ha! You see, my subordinates worked hard to investigate everything. So there was nothing else to find, all right?
Oh, I got something suspicious.
Wow, Agent Lang really sticks up for his people. Lang Ji says all men are brothers and friends become family. So you see, my people are family, and their families are my family too.
That's a rather large family you have there.
Yes, but as we all know, there's always one black sheep in any family. And though it pains me, Agent Lang, you will know the black sheep in your family.
So, do you actually have any proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace passageway?
No, I haven't found any yet.
Then what are we going to do?
There's no need to worry, because there is a loophole in Miss Interpol agent's argument we can exploit first. The one in charge of the Babalis investigation was not Agent Lang, which means that with Agent Sheena in charge, it's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence that we found. If there's one thing I do know, it is that someone tried to hide it from us. Found not a single suspicious thing. Really? What is this wire that we found in? This is pretty suspicious. Ready? Objection! While you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation, are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything?
Well, aren't we full of ourselves standing there insulting Interpol agents?
You'd better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor.
I'd never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
A length of wire? So what about it?
I'll tell you what. We found this in the Babalis embassies not long ago.
What?
And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Calkin's office.
You found that? At the scene of Mr. Calkin's murder?
But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing.
There's more?
In Mr. Calkin's office. Hi, Chiriko. There were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there.
What in the...
Hiya! You!
Hold it. That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? Ah, that's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills?
No.
You see, so there was nothing in that office, nothing you can call evidence anyway.
I'm sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression.
How so?
I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort, but rather as pointing out that your investigation was incomplete. and that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu.
You still suspect me, I see. Alright then, I ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete.
The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Sheena. And is it not possible that the reason the person K was chasing chose the 3rd floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor? Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Sheena was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there's one location that no one has yet to inspect. Oof! This room! Your team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location. The location, Agent Sheena, is of course the room that you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Calkin's office warrants a thorough inspection.
Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you in there.
I'll be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir, I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out the room next to that office. Yo, she had like free reign. She probably hid some stuff by now.
Mr. Edgeworth, do you really think that Miss Sheena is the Yatagarasu?
Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is.
Then I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu. But can you prove she's the Yatagarasu in question?
Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to.
And just what are you hoping he'll find?
Probably the coat. Let's just say this, I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier.
An experiment? As if that detective has the brains for high science.
It wasn't that mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as the Yatagarasu.
And what did you find out by doing that?
First, that it's possible a person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Babali's ink.
Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway.
Ah, but is it really worth so little? I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove.
Mr. Edgeworth, I found some things you really need to see, sir. Please be a coat. Please be a coat.
Oh, so what are these things that you found?
Yes, a coat. Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir.
You found a coat? Hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing was wearing.
Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it?
Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room.
Thanks for admitting that they were yours. Perfect. Aww.
Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now?
These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them.
They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission.
I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation, but if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this.
I say, let them look at your stuff, Sheena.
Lang!
Sheena, let's put it all out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right?
I guess so. All right, go ahead and examine whatever you'd like. After all, I have nothing to hide.
Good. Now let us begin.
So which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you examining, sir? The coat? Obviously!
Let's examine the coat.
Oh,
Or the shoes.
yes, sir. Hey, look at that, ink.
It appears that you managed to stain your coat rather badly. Agent Sheena? The Yatagarasu that Kei saw was wearing a coat, and I'm beginning to wonder if that stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace.
No, you have it wrong. That soot probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire.
And what about this dark substance around the hem of your coat?
Oh, I didn't realize that the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire. I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie?
Burn it! Burn it!
Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt that got on my coat when I went through that fireplace.
Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace,
Which I can. Burn it.
how?
You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe.
Huh? Not me, sir. What did I do?
This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat that the person Kay saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace would sully a coat.
I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir.
Alright, all that remains is for us to show what the dark substance on the coat hem is.
Oh, and you think you can do that?
Of course I can. This is the dark substance that sullied the hem of this coat.
Bubbly's ink. Ba-doop.
Babalie's ink?
Yes, this is what will prove that the coat went through that fireplace. According to Ambassador Polano, he burned some files in the fireplace this morning.
You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again.
My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at that time.
Ooh, look at you sweat.
If the dark substance on this coat turns out to be Babalie's ink, it would prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yatagarasu, but we're not finished yet.
But you have no way of proving whether or not this is Babalie's ink on the coat hem.
Yeah, burn it.
Oh, but I do, and I intend to show that it is ink in just a few seconds.
How?
How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I will prove that the dark substance—
Oh, my fucking camera crashed again. Refresh camera. There we go.
This is how I will prove that the dark substance on the coat is Babalie's ink. Burn it! Burn it! We can find out whether that is Babalie's ink or not by lighting it on fire.
That's how you're going to prove that it's Babalie's ink?
Yes, if you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you here and now what the dark substance is.
Sheena, sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut off a bit of your coat.
Go ahead. I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway.
Now then, if someone could loan me a lighter or something.
Oh, I've got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs.
Okay.
Then if you could please have one. Then if I could please have one, Kay, we can get this experiment underway.
Oh, it's green.
The flame!
It's the same color as the flames wit crystal oil produces. Which means...
Babalie's ink is a product of wit crystal oil. And when lit, the ink produces a green flame. Believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's other wing.
Miss Sheena, you're the fake Yatagarasu! The one who killed my father!
It's about time you came clean, Agent Sheena. Or should I say, Callisto, you.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Oh, I'm very serious.
Do I look like the joking type to you?
I'm like, I need the throat tea, hold on.
Callisto, you! I've never heard that name before in my life. Such matter speaking and such attitude. You haven't changed a bit in 7 years.
You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it.
Oh, really? And you have proof? You insist that I am this Callisto you, woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me.
The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived and it will reveal your true, ugly form to the world.
Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove that she is Callisto Yu?
I do. It's something that the second Yatagarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years.
Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth.
I will, Kay, for we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be Callisto Yu with this, and clip this Yatagarasu's wings for good. Is it the fucking perfume? This was left behind by Callisto Yu 7 years ago. Kay's been safeguarding it. This perfume. This will prove you to be Callisto Yu.
It will?
Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle? And this belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well.
This is that bottle of perfume which you spilled, which I have preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Baron Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades, which means that your fingerprints are still on here, every last one.
We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Sheena, will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Holy shit, she's got the crazy face! Oh my god, she's nuts! She got fangs too! What a scary lady. She's flipping out, she lost it. Yep, that's a lot of crazy laughing. She's off her rocker.
It looks like you've seen right through me yet again. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth.
Callisto, you.
So, you've shown your true face at last.
Finish the first half of the case, there's more. Oh my god.
This feeling of thrill, it's even greater than that time 7 years ago.
Sheena, you're...
Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man.
So you were a spy all along. Mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who has been feeding them intel on Interpol all this time.
Very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto, you, the woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu. That's right, Callisto Yu. That's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagarasu.
Liar. Callisto, you. This time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly.
You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And had you not used the Yatagarasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was.
Kay, don't.
You! I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possesses such laughable honesty.
Who saw that coming? Kay, why would you run at her?
Ah! You let Kay go right now, pal! You despicable... Let go of me, you filthy... You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. But that's impossible! My father was the one who created Little Thief! Hey, Edgeworth! The Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is?
Why it has 3 legs? It's 3 people, isn't it? There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be 1 step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. No, it can't be.
Did you really figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu?
The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... neither person, because it's both. The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Baron Faraday nor Callisto Yu. But by the same token, they are also both the real Yatagarasu.
How very perceptive of you.
Yep, I didn't see this one coming.
No way!
The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed.
Mr. Edgeworth! No! I refuse to believe this!
The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And the lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of client corporations. Skill number 2. The Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of a criminal. And skill number 3. The Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Oh wait, is it bad? Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Ever. Is it bad, or is it her? Yep, it's bad. Detective Bad! It is only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind, because the lead detective on the case hid it all away. You're the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu? When they said 3, I was like, probably. Probably bad. You. I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years, but I finally got you.
Why, Mr. Bad, long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Why, indeed. It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? I grow weary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end.
If you mess with the Yatagarasu, they'll burn you bad. Oh no! Ah! Damn it. They got me. They got me. Oh my god, that's really bad. That's terrible. That's a terrible pun. I'm proud of them. Very good job.
And this time, I won't miss.
Stop. You! Bang! Okay. It's over, Sheena.
Ooh. Your leg!
Agent Lang! You idiot! What were you thinking jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of a past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. And as long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you.
You really are an idiot, you know that?
Ha! That's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey, sis.
Yes?
Want you to conduct a full body search. Sheena might have another weapon on her.
Alright. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please.
Sir! Hey, I found something. What is this, sir? It looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle. Ooh, butterfly. This is a great find, Detective. Huh? It is, sir? Let's try pairing up this blade with this handle. Swapped with the real murder weapon's handle. Its blade is yet to be found. I believe this blade actually belongs to the handle that was on the murder weapon. Hey, they fit together perfectly! This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched. I'm gonna go return this Bobbleese knife now. Alright, I trust that you'll make sure that it's returned to the Ambassador Poleno. Bobbleese knife handle given to Detective Gumshoe. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it, Callisto Yu. The only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Calkin's murder. Which means that you must be Mr. Calkin's killer. You killed Mr. Calkin with the alabaster knife. Switched the handles and then took the original blade of the Babali's knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open-air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. Does that sum it up?
You craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are two problems with it.
Problems? In what respect?
Why do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase me? It was also I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gatewaterland, I knew right away that you were Baron Faraday's daughter. I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Calkin's murder on me? Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight, so I thought to use you, but pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another? Yes, once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you and take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. You were gonna take little thief away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key.
Then, the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday. You! That incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it?
In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment.
Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu?
Why? There's no reason why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning.
From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean?
The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now, to this day.
Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Calkin? Then, the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings. Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're gonna tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Sheena?
I guess I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Babali's embassy on fire.
And why did you do that?
I suppose it was to destroy all the evidence of the counterfeit bills.
That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do? But then why start 2 fires?
Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation, after all. I've had my fun. Now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait, Sheena! Yes? When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you. You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Edgeworth. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight.
What?
I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will.
Hydrate. Good idea. Actually, let's hydrate with some actual water. Okay. Alright, she's giving us a hint. Mr. Prosecutor! Yes, Agent Lang? Mark my words, I'm not done here, and I'll be back. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything, because this has become my personal case. Oof. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. His anger appears to have negated his sensation of pain in his injured leg. finally over, Kay. Well, apparently not, because we need to find the smuggling ringleader, so that's a thing.
I feel like I peered into her heart a little, you know? And it's so cold and dark, incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands. The one who thought my father was a problem to be removed.
That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring.
Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling for the Gem and Ninja show.
Oh!
But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome.
I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. There's a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. Now the case gets painful. Oh no. Oh no! Hair sticks data jotted down on my organizer. I guess it's that time already, huh?
So, it's midnight, so dawn of another day.
Hey, Pops, thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years. Detective Bad, don't tell me today's the day. Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything. No, we didn't. We just still don't know who the smuggling ringleader is. And that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, you... Sorry. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, you, the Yatagarasu, were chasing after. The legend of the Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you.
Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also part of the Yatagarasu?
As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you.
Uncle Bad.
Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right?
Unfortunately, it isn't.
Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking on my chain. Isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth? Detective Bad. Wait. No, you are no longer a detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth, here. I should give these back to you. KG-8 incident? These are the pages from my KG-8 case files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office. Huh? Wait, what? Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night. It was you? So, the Yatagarasu stole into my room was you, was it? Wait, that means... What? Tell me it's not true! That's too insane for me to believe, sir! It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. The KG-8 incident, it was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor, and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. Last night, so he really went 4 entire cases within 3 days of each other? Yeah. Edgeworth is having a time. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in the case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do it outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagarasu, and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano Group, Mr. Amano's conglomerate. We called ourselves the Yatagarasu, and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart, and Faraday, he died for it.
But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG-8 incident?
After Faraday's death, I looked into her past, and that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KG-8 incident, CCU. She never had a sister. Damn. What? And that means Sheena wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto U was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring.
She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning.
Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto this page of the case file, please use it wisely. Trump card. That photo that we stuck on there, try peeling it off. Behind it, slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago. It's the mark of the Yatagarasu, but why? This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. There's blood on it. This was something Calkin had on him at the time of the KG-8 incident 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU. But why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yatagarasu? The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Oh! So this isn't actually their symbol. That's interesting. Apparently, orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently, it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze. So you mean the cards were written in Babalis ink? The fact that the card that Calkin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police. So that's what those white cards are. The great thief that used the mark that only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind. Trump card data jotted down in my organizer. Interesting! And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you. A lollipop? That better not be— what? Oh, there we go. Videotape. What's this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG-8 incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important, definitive piece of evidence. But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano. Oh, they fucking searched his house and got the shit back. And he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was, finally, after the other day's kidnapping case. Videotape data jotted down in my organizer. Perfect! This video.
Don't you come any closer! I'm warning you!
This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me. Yeah, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Interesting! Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday. And the video was his insurance. That's where the prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, He was instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? That card that told him to preserve the evidence. Then, that card was not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a directives card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman. The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them. The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is... Whether you use them or not is up to you, but they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law. Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Is it Ambassador Alba? Because that guy's a little sketch. Oh, but it uses Babali's ink, so what if it's Mr. Ambassador Polino? The fact that we're in the embassy still is kind of like, Unless we move somewhere. I don't know. Detective Bad. There's no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them. You still insist that, even now, you really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu. Pops! Don't ever lose your detective spirit.
Pops! Why is this happening? This isn't justice!
Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now, let's go.
Yes, sir.
Oof. Is this really the end of the legend?
End part 1! Holy shit. This is not the finale.
We'll keep going. We'll keep going for a little longer. Till I get tired.
March 15, 12:07 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby. It's past midnight.
So, now we know who the Yatagarasu really was. And yet, there remains much of this case that needs to be resolved.
Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled some in.
Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. Before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more.
Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Yeah, we still got the fucking hot dog and sunflowers for some reason, so yeah, there's definitely some stuff going on. Hey, that's a VCR, sir. We need to watch that video. Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Bad gave us, yes?
This piece of evidence from the KG-8 incident. Hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us.
Sure thing, sir. Alright, what do we got? That's Manny with a card and a knife.
This man, it's Manny Cocken.
And he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building.
An apartment building? How do you figure that?
Unlike you, I actually led the summary file on the KG-8 incident. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment.
So, this is the footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building?
At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed.
However, no one could find it.
Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it to Mr. Ernest Amano.
I can see how this would have been a definitive piece, and why someone would want to hide it.
But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on right now, sir. Up at this guy with the black cards.
Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader. Where? Where? Wait, what was that? Huh? That bit you played just now, please show it to me again. Ooh. Car? Getting into the Cadopian embassy car. This car, this is something we cannot overlook. Oh, there's somebody else in there with him too. Ooh. Why's that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe. Somebody in there. Or is okay, it's either the fact that there's somebody there or it's the flags. Don't you find this section to be particularly of interest? I don't see anything at all. Oh, are you talking about that thing, sir? I've heard that you can capture ghosts on film. Is that what it is, sir? So, where is it in this picture, sir? No. Oh, it's quite enough. How could he have mistaken this for an apparition? Okay, it's probably the flags then. Flag? This is the national flag of the Principality of Codopia. And because it has the national flag on it, we know this is an official... We know this to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there? Ah, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth, so you were here all this time.
Ambassador Alba.
Thank you very much for continuing the investigation even at this time of night. Ah, if I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I'm truly sorry. This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were. I'm definitely suspicious of both ambassadors. I just don't know which one to suss more. Oh, idiot Kirkus! You couldn't chase after a simple thief! Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that?
Excuse me?
I heard you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down, and we're in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. I'm a little more sus of you. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel. But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues. Why don't we leave the rest to the Alabastion? Why don't we leave the rest to the Alabastion and Barbalese police?
Ambassador, we are so close. Just a little more and...
Miss Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right?
That's true. However...
As he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastion soil, in which case we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends? Hold it! Shifu! We found Mr. Edgeworth, sir!
Shifu, this way!
Hey Lang, welcome back. How's your leg? Yo! Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Agent Lang, why have you returned? Because I have to solve this case no matter what. Well, I'm sorry. Hi, Darjeelingling, how are you? How's it going? Well, I'm sorry to inform you. Ah, don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of the Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They're quite capable. At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close. Is my case doing good? It's going way longer than I thought it would! I think we'll at least finish this part, and then we'll see what happens. Ambassador Alba! I get it now. I really do. Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel. No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. You...
No?
Killer? Do you really mean that, Agent Lang? Wolves don't lie. And who is it? Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Calkins' murder. That was all Sheena. She said she didn't kill anybody. Lang Ji says the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was Damas II's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Franziska von Karma. What the fuck?! No?
I was the killer? Hey, wait, but that's impossible.
Yeah. Although, that whip is actually quite... Yow! You deserve that. Case goes on and on and on.
Your tongue and that ludicrous remark you're about to make.
Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder? Yeah, I am. He doesn't appear to be joking. Hey, sis. I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right?
Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything?
I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabast and Babal, did you not?
And where's your evidence that I am the killer?
I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? Is he just making up a bullshit reason for us to get on the other side so we can do our investigation? Because... clever. Little bit rude, but clever. With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Good, then let's move out. Oh, don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that.
As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation.
She seems rather upset, not that I blame her. I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that. Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part, and so that I may clean up my superior's mess. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery.
Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabast yet.
If you let Kay in, then you've gotta let me in too, pal. I can't just sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble.
Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay?
Oh my god, you guys. Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go. As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. Sounds like this is gonna get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Very well, but I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go. This better be a ruse. Did we grab the tape out of that VCR? March 15th, 12:53 a.m. Alabastion Embassy Ambassador's Office. Okay, now let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Cockin's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babal. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And then the body of Damas II, Mr. Kashino, was found here in the Alabastion Ambassador's office casino. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was the Primax Statue. And that this is actually Babal's statue. In this case, no matter how I look at it, sis, if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off. That guy.
Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you are saying?
Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You're on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Yatakaras's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Even if all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons?
Huh. Don't worry. I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that, too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. Hey, now! Look, sis, I thought I already told you I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring, but Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He is right saying that she's a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring, could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine?
Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already.
Francisca, you need to calm down. Because you only know the facts of the Alabastion side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore I should solve it.
What?
But don't worry, I'm taking this seriously as well, and it will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damas II.
You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of Damas II is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation.
As long as I have no good counterargument to his hypothesis. And the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's. Oh, testimony. Okay, cool. Straight into testimony. Border crossing weapons. One of Alabast's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Cockin. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damas II is Babal's Primax Statue. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. So, as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisca will remain a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? This photo, maybe? That could be a statue in a coat. I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Shi never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor! Who do you think you're speaking about, Lang Ji's proverbs like that? Oops, who do you think you are speaking about Lang Ji's proverbs like that? That's what he said. I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you will need to see the truth. Rebuttal. One of Alabast's knives was used. Oh, we read that already. Let's just press everything. Here we go. I concur that this knife crossed over the country lines. Good, because that's not the only thing that it did. We mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was the only one. Murder weapon and killing the mass second. Primax Statue also crossed. So you're saying that the Primax Statue was also brought over by Francesca? Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense. And how exactly did she bring it over? I haven't figured that out yet. That's a rather weak statement considering how sure you are. Maybe, but there's one thing I do know for sure. Two objects were able to penetrate this country's impenetrable security. Impenetrable? I should hardly think so. You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world could cross over that?
Yeah, and I mean, I could climb over that thing with all that barbed wire.
The only way into either embassy is through the doors in the Theatrum Neutralis. So the only way for the knife and the Primax Statue to traverse into the two countries is through those security camera-equipped, well-guarded doors. And the only one who traversed was Francesca, he says. Was Francesca really the only person to have traveled between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she's the only one to go back and forth. The sis there was in Alabast when the Yatagarasu showed up. And then, just before you guys found Mr. Calkin's body, she entered Babal. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babal. And how do you explain the Primax Statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. The only things to cross the border are the Primax Statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items Agent Lang. One of the knives was used to murder Primax Statue. These two objects are able to penetrate. Only one who traversed the countries was you. Oh, sorry. Okay. Only one who traversed the two countries just before and after was you, he says. But that can't be right. Who else would have gone to both? Well, there's this. Well, let's try this one and see where it goes. Nope, that's not it. Take a look at this piece of evidence. Yada yada yada. Very big flaw in your logic. No, that's not what happened. Talk to me when you can see straight, he says. Only person who traversed between the two countries was her, he says. There's some dirt on the tips. Oh, they're from the passion flowers. Why are there two flowers missing? That's interesting. Well... Present for embassy staff, Miss Oldbag took and ate a few things from the room. Pure smuggling. Alright, that's about smuggling. No, he said something. So Edgeworth said something here that these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security, the only one who traversed the two countries. So it's either we're looking for a person or an object. Impenetrable security. Theatrum neutralis. Both countries have a Primax Statue and set of 3 finely crafted knives per country. So they have paper and they have ink. What else crossed? Discovered at the Babalise embassy. Blade is definitely Alabastian. Was this carried across country lines? Man, I don't know what we're talking about here. Bill's circuiting Zhengfa burned up in the ball. Because he bent it, Larry couldn't do the jab. Discovered at the Alabastian embassy. Oh! No, these also crossed over. The sticks also crossed over. Somehow these two objects were able to... Hold on, I want to see what he says here again. Impenetrable, I hardly think so. Who in the world could cross over that? It couldn't climb up. It's through the security camera. Okay, the only way through is through there. And then what did we say here? The only one who crossed over was them. So he's talking about her. Assume that that's when she brought over the knife. And how do we explain this statue? Doesn't know. The only things that cross the border are the Primax Statue and the knife. I should hardly think those are the only 2 items Agent Lang. And the murder weapon is the killing. These 2 objects were able to penetrate. The only one who traversed the 2 countries. No, Sheena also. Okay, let's try it. No, that's not it. I don't know what we're going for here. We're gonna save real quick. Just in case I fuck up too much. The only one who traversed the 2 countries just before and after the crimes was you. What about the Steel Samurai? I can't remember the story on that. Okay, hold on. Be right back. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, so... Yeah, we'll just be right back. I'll leave it here. Enjoy staring at the evidence. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, because wasn't there a photo op with... Yeah, there's a photo op with the Steel Samurai in Babal. And then the samurai went over to... Yeah, okay. Alright, we're gonna try Steel Samurai. Sorry, I just like came right back and was like thinking about things the entire time. Let's try it. No, that's not it. No! Sorry, this is save scummy because I'm like, the thing is getting way too low. Continue. The only one who traversed the two countries before and after was you, he keeps saying. But... Found at the open air stage, it looks like a guitar pick. It's also wet for some reason. Was used as a fake weapon. Oh, sorry, it's a fake used as a weapon. No, Chiriko, you can't have this. Part of the Rose Garden pool. Two fires broke out in Babal. First fire, embassy occurred during the Gem and Ninja show. Fire occurred in 4th and 5th floors. Hold on. These two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. Maybe that's where we show this. No, that's not it. That ain't it. I'm giving myself room to not have to do this later when I inevitably fuck up because I'm not sure what to do. Oh, wait! Hold on. Back off, cat. No, this Damask also moved because this he had to get this from Manny. Alright, let's try this one. No, not that one. Damn it! Oops. Sorry. Hold on. There we go. Full screen. That's not it. I thought it was this one. The only one who went between the two countries. You keep saying. Oh wait, what's on these? Card containing the orders from the boss. That's got CCU's blood on it. It's got a Cadopian car. Man. Oh, okay. Comment about that being the only two items across. Okay, what did we say about this again? Impenetrable. Doesn't think it's impenetrable. Who in the world could cross this? It's only ways through the doors. Impenetrable security. And yet... I thought I did the photo here already, though, and that wasn't it. Because they just flew right over the wall. Nope. I was thinking, is it really impenetrable if Damask got in there? But no, that's not it. We're just kind of guessing at this point because I don't know what we're going for. Oh shit. Hold on, we're gonna resave right here so I'm on the right thing and I can try different things. Alright. Two countries impenetrable security. Don't you go like go over the roof? What if I present the map? Nope, not that. Okay. It was worth a try. Because I'm not sure where we're going with this. So Edgeworth said, was like, are those really the only two things that got smuggled? The hair sticks also moved over. But that's not what we're going for. Okay. What else moved? What else went between the two countries? Oh wait, hold on, this. Discovered at the open air stage. I don't know if this is gonna do anything. No. Man, I'm stuck. Alright, what else we got? Carried across country lines. Hold on. Is it really such impenetrable security if there's a smuggling problem? Okay, that's not what we're going with right now. Got it. Not gonna talk about that. That statue of, or sorry, that plant of the ambassador behind Edgeworth is freaky. Two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. I don't know, man. Am I gonna have to Google this? I'd like to try to logic it out, but I really can't think. I'm stuck. I don't know what we're going for. Alright, I really don't know. We're gonna give up and use Google. Okay. I don't like to do this, but, like, I'm really, really stuck. Ace Attorney. What case are we on? Episode 5. Ah, that is too obvious. That makes me really mad. I didn't think... Not only was... Yeah. So... What they're going at with is not... It wasn't just one statue that was smuggled. It was 2 statues. And I'm like, that's so stupid. Obviously that was the case. Oh my god. I can't believe this. I can't believe that was the answer. I don't think I ever would have figured that out. That's too stupid. Agent Lang, those two items are not the only 2 to cross the border tonight. Oh. Damas II was killed with Babal's Primax Statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did the Alabas Primax Statue go? To Babal! Precisely. And if the 2 statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. I hate this. He's right, but oh my god. I guess so, but you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabast and Babal is her. Sorry, Larry. Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the 2 countries? Actually, there was definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall. Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said along with the security camera's footage. You're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily. But suppose there was some other way, other than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. Looks like you've got some clever idea in mind. I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Fine, then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route. This piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the 2 countries. Whoop. Agent Lang, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo. That supernatural photo, like I said before. Humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. And don't start claiming that Shinnok can somehow grow wings either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. And I won't allow you to take back what you said either. I'll say it again, it's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you'd better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. But how can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible? Eureka. Very well. You will have your explanation. It sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow is... the statue? This is the face behind the shadow. Thought I said that you'd better have a good explanation. Can't make heads or tails of what you're trying to say with that. Was I wrong? Hold on. Shadow flying through the air. This is going from Babal to Alabas, so this is the Babal statue. Man-shaped shadow that flew through the air, wrapped in the darkness of the night. real shape can be only one thing. It was a fake, but was swapped with the real one. It's originally from Alabast. Oh, did I present the wrong statue? Is that what's happening? Alabast statue. Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the Primax Statue replica. Can't be serious! Nyata Garasu, or rather Callisto Yu, dressed as Agent Sheena, was inside Babal. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air. Ha! Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation. I know I did. She launched it through the air? Ha! And how exactly did she do that? He's literally baring his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? The wire! As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Hey, sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? So, just before the murder, Francisco was called here right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma. Oh, oh, what are you up to now, pretty boy? Earlier, you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her, and for that reason alone you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Ha! Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth?
How dare you! As I've said numerous times, there's absolutely no proof that I'm the killer. Mas Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too.
I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time. Which is why I would like to hear about your movements in this room. Francisca, I feel that I still don't have enough information. Which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case.
Alright. So, what would you like me to talk about?
I'd like you to please testify to your movements in this room until the murder occurred. Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl, no! As you wish. Here we go. Movements in Alabast. Fun fact, Kirkus Albus's name is a tree. It's not even a pun, he's literally just named after a tree. That's kind of cool, actually. That's funny.
As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. After I saw that steel samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked upon the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office.
Francisca, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct?
Yes, of course.
I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail. What an odd turn of events. She was assigned to guard duty in Alabast. I thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could about the smuggling ring.
Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Yatagarasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago, or have you forgotten what happened here back then?
Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself.
It looks like you remember the case after all.
Of course I do.
I inspected every location, every possible escape route. And every aspect of the police's security detail. I did all that, and after that...
Saw the Steel Samurai on his way out. Oh, way towards. So, you were at the theater as well?
Yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, watching the stage show?
Well, yes. So Francisco was there.
Huh. Well, after that show was over, and I saw the Steel Samurai off...
Return to the Rose Garden. Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for the speech, for even the speech?
For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yatagarasu had planned on getting in, right?
Yes, I suppose you're right.
And in the end, the Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden. Even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who would have thought that she would use a shadow?
Ugh, come on, Francisca. She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself.
Anyways, there was no one in the Rose Garden. And we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter.
Preparations were in place. She called back to the office. At the time, Damasus II's body had yet to be found in this room, is that correct?
That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence.
Criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying?
Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you.
Seriously?
Like I keep telling you. When I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants.
Ah, I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time, here in my office. Alright then, add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details. So, Ambassador Alba was in the room at that time, was he? Ambassador was watering the flowers on the windowsill. For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. Really? Fines are supported by stakes. How did you know that the ambassador was watering his plants at the windowsill?
What do you mean by that?
The entrance to this room is on this side, however the window's on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then when he entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. It would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct?
I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. But fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe he was watering his plants, right?
Suppose.
After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know.
Yes, the plants in this room, they are all like my children.
The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All 4 of them are in full bloom.
4? There's only 2. Miss Von Karma, what did you say just now?
I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand?
Why do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony.
Very well. There are 4 large passion flowers in full bloom in the flower box.
Oh, I know exactly what we're presenting here. But we're gonna press anyway. I'd like to confirm this with you one more time. There were 4 passion flowers in bloom in that box, correct?
Yes, I should hardly think I could have miscounted such eye-catching flowers.
There must be a deeper meaning to this statement. It appears that I must take a gamble on its meaning for me to make any progress. The Primax statues were already switched by the time the murder happened. In light of that fact, what Francisca saw in this room before the crime is of incredible importance. go back to the thing you said about 4 flowers. 4 large flowers, except there are now only 2. Objection! Francisca, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence.
It does appear that way.
Ha! I knew it! I knew we couldn't trust your word, sis!
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this?
Yeah, sir! If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir! Eek!
All I've done is state what I saw. I have made not a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I'm still under suspicion of murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles?
At the very least, there's a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Ha! Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy. There are my beloved flowers. I have grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth. I understand. Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Yep, there's the watering can. This watering can is a rather robust design.
Mr. Edgeworth, why are you telling us stuff we can clearly see for ourselves? Plus, if you keep wasting time talking about this, Miss Von Karma's gonna get arrested.
I'd better examine something else. Okay, I'll cut to the chase. This patch of soil looks as though it's had something removed from it. What are you doing, Mr. Prosecutor? Why'd you clam up all of a sudden? I'm still here waiting for an explanation, you know. Did you know, Agent Lang? Flowers are best appreciated in silence. Looks like two things were pulled out of this flower box. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only 2 of them here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you.
Miles Edgeworth, hurry up and shut this man up for me already.
Suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? Show evidence. I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require. Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight, but I highly doubt it'll last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang, but we'll see if you have any bite to back that bark after you see the evidence. The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence. Sticks! That are, in fact, not hair sticks. Sheena, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. And so what? Is this really all that important to the case? Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Hiya! Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babal the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and the statue. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babal. How did these support sticks find their way to Babal, and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. Aha, so that's why. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. It's just another stick, isn't it? And so it is, but the shape of the support sticks is what's important. For when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. Oh, Used with what now? And the object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is... well... It's not the statue, is it? Oh my god, I don't know, man. The only thing I can think of that moved was the statue. Or maybe the knife too? No, but the knives are all here. Oh, it's an arrow. We're gonna try let's try the crossbow for fun. That's a crossbow! Wait, you're not really suggesting? I am. These hair sticks, or rather, plant support sticks. They make for perfect arrows. Hiya! I've done it. I've found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread is yet to be completely entangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all these things together. This case is getting really weird. I don't understand right now. Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. Something about the wires? Border Crossing Part 2. So Babal's statue was draped in the Yatagarasu's clothes and then shot over here? Even if you fired the arrows from the side, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Primax statues don't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? The Primax statues didn't sprout wings. Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The Primax statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time, and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. Something about the wire? Border Crossing Part 2! Babel statue was draped in the Yatagarasu's clothes. But that incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo. And what an incredible scene it was! This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right? Yes, so I hear. And not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures to tabloids. Oof, lot of heart. Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many a time in court. But there have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you had ever stood in a court of law, you would know that it's entirely plausible. Apparently, Poleno's name is also just a butterfly. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yo, I like butterflies. Ha! You really believe the stuff you're spewing right now? Courtroom certainly is a strange place if what you say is true. But there really is something odd about that photo, no matter how you look at it. Arrows would not withstand a statue tied to them. But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's not necessarily true. What? What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions. It's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. If it wasn't a statue, then what was it? The thing the crossbow launched. Allow me to show you the answer. Well, come on then, show me what you've got. But I warn you, I'll know when you're just bluffing. This is what it was launched from the Alabaster office with a crossbow. Wire! Finally we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. Heh, I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you are trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Calkin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabaster Embassy, down to the 3rd floor of the Babalise Embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Alabaster Primax Statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then what about the Babal's Primax Statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal, going in the opposite way of gravity, the 3rd floor of the Babalise Embassy, up to the 5th floor of the Alabaster Embassy. How do you explain that? Ha, I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick works. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's Primax Statue. Swinging motion? Bungee action? Not bungee. Rotary? What would they have used as gears? The fan! The fan on the floor. I believe it was done via rotary motion. The two statues were transported simultaneously. Simultaneously! Get real! The statues would collide somewhere along the way. Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? If you shot an arrow with two ends of a wire tied to it. Yep, checks out. That's why there's 2 sticks missing, because they had to fire it twice. A circular belt can be formed. Lang Ji says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the 2 wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway. Agent Lang, as you know, the Primax statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure, and the fact that Babal's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Lang Ji says, oh! How? Here's what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirators set themselves up in the 2 different rooms. The co-conspirators bridged the rooms by shooting the 2 ends of the wire down on one arrow, and the 2 of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babal, where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid inside the grandfather clock. Hid it inside the grandfather clock. QED. Ha! Ha ha ha!
This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer.
Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. So, you think you can do it? Can you prove what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there's no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, What I have laid out is no mere hypothesis. There's one more piece of evidence. One more? This should be interesting. Think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe that it is right here in this very room. The ceiling fan. Now that I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible. That's why the fan on the other side's on the damn floor. Ha! Looks like you dropped another bomb on us yet again.
The last piece to the trick, us two pulleys.
Precisely. The ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there is one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fans made for a perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. Bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabastion and Bobbly's offices, and that the passion flower support sticks could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case. Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food.
Why are you so hesitant, Mass Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do?
Single point of the finger here, and this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now, but to rush in. There's a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. Oof.
He said not to use the videotape.
Revelation time? Ease. It's also wet for some reason. We're not... I mean, this is the obvious one. Is it okay for us to use that? Oh, let's just do it. Let's just get this shit over with. And this is it. Nope, not that one. Where's my real dessert? How long do you intend to keep it for me? Okay, hold on, let me save. Before I fuck up too much. That piece of evidence isn't satisfying at all. Oops. My bad. Stop being so picky with your food! The person who concocted the tricks used to smuggle the statues. They should already have the piece of evidence that shows who that is. Just have to present it, no matter what the cost. Who the mysterious mastermind is? Is it the sticks? Someone who had knowledge of everything. The trump card. Neither hair sticks nor supports. They're actually crossbow. Thought these loops were just an eccentric design quirk, but who knew that they were actually arrow fletchings? Suppose this dirt was from when this was stuck in the flower box. I guess that's why only the tip is dirty, huh? Yes. The smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had time to grow so big. That Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited this room today. On top of all of this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I'm accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus it can only be you, Kirkus Alba.
out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth?
I'm certain of what I'm saying, and I'm sure that he's the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there's one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answers to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. Oh my god. Yo, I'm an idiot. What? What did he want to accomplish? Hold on. Both countries are Primax with national treasure in both countries, along with a set of 3 finely crafted knives. Sole producer Bob Elise ink, which is made from wood crystal. Kingdom of Alba still produces a very luxurious Cadopian paper, which was renowned for its extremely high quality. Oh, the smuggling papers? Docks really the smuggling of Bob Elise ink, it appears to point to Mr. Calkin. What were they trying to accomplish? What was he trying to accomplish? Well, Manny clearly wasn't in on the plan because he tried to steal the statue back. Or he tried to steal the good statue, but not knowing that he already had the good statue. Found at the open air stage. Looks like a tar pick. Also wet for some reason. Where is that? Signs it was used. They're actually arrow crossbows. This has blood on it. Evidence from the KG-8 incident. Footage showing Calkin entering the KG-8 incident's crime scene. I don't know what we're looking for. Well, is it because of the... Maybe he doesn't... Why would he want to switch the statues? Maybe to try to frame the other ambassador by making him become like the head of the re-merged embassy, because he'll have the real statue, and then that way he can kind of like get scot-free with a bunch of stuff. I'm like blind shot theory crafting. I have no idea. Who wants to examine this? Yes, for I believe that by examining it, we will finally have all of our answers. Langshi says items should never have evidence, should never have any proof. All events related to this case are fine and don't need to be examined again. It appears that I was mistaken. Agent Lang is correct. Most of the evidence has already undergone intense scrutiny. However, there is one piece that has only been partially checked. And that piece, which lies at the heart of the smuggling, is what I should present. Everything will become clear. Only partially checked. About the smuggling? Is it the smuggling papers? No, not that. Most evidence have already undergone scrutiny, however, this one piece is only partially checked. And that piece which lies at the heart of the smuggling is what I should present. Lies at the heart of the smuggling? The counterfeit bills? They were all burned up in Babal. Bills circulating in Zhengfa. What's something that hasn't been thoroughly checked? It has to... Was it... One of the new pieces? Man. Or... Okay, let me think. What did we not look at? It was originally from... It was a fake, but that was swapped with the real one in Babal. We definitely checked this because it's the weapon. That has nothing to do with anything. We don't know what we're doing with those. Okay. I don't think those are it. It's not that. It was a fake, but it was swapped with the real one. Oh, we didn't look at this one yet, did we? Because we only checked... Yeah. It's like, why did he switch it? It's so weird. Because they had the real one. Okay, let's figure it out. Nope, not that. When did I last save? Shit. Okay, hold on. Fuck, when did I last save? We might have to redo some shit. I'm sorry. I should have saved earlier. But I'm like down too much health now. Crap. This is pretty far back. First you... Oh, no matter what the cost, there's a piece of evidence that will tell us who the mastermind is. Okay, this is where we use the hair sticks to accuse Alba. Okay. And we just gotta scroll through all this again. Where we point the figure at Alba. And we're like, oh, we're causing an international incident. Oh no, you're out of your mind, you crazy bastard. What was he trying to accomplish? Okay, let's resave here. I don't know what he's trying to accomplish. One thing that stands out to me as very odd, just one thing. What's odd? It's relating to the smuggling. Hold on! This is the fake one, right? Why would he move it? There's probably something inside of it. I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Primax Statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. Because they said it was hollow! There's probably something in it! And who better to ask for the reason than King Primax himself? I see. Ambassador, we'll be examining the statue now, with or without your permission. That's the handprint. These are Mr. Calkin's fingerprints. The fact that they're on here suggests that this statue once belonged to Babal.
So it was smuggled from Babal to Alabast, huh?
Why was there a need for them to smuggle it in? shield, huh? There doesn't seem to be anything unusual about it.
That's supposed to mean the guy is protecting something.
I don't think it's supposed to have that deep of a meaning behind it.
In that case, what are we wasting time with this for? Let's look at some other area.
Sword? With this sword drawn like that, there's an aura of valor and bravery around King Primax.
He looks so cool standing like that with the sword stuck in the ground in front of him. Maybe I should try and come up with some cool poses with a shuriken or something.
I'm seriously beginning to think that her real goal in life is to become a ninja. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, there's anything particularly odd about the sword, right? No, not really. I suppose we should examine a different area of the statue now. The head?
This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador?
Suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of the neck. Looks like a gap.
Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret?
Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction. What?
Hurry up and open it, Miles.
Alright, here goes.
Wow, it really did open up.
Oh, that's the plates for printing money!
Hey, what's this thing that fell out?
I believe a more thorough examination is required. What in the... what is this? Hey! Is this what I think it is?
It's a plate for making counterfeit bills.
Somehow, it appears that we've at long last arrived. At the exit to this complex labyrinth, we finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates, and the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabasta to begin with. Counterfeit plate data jotted down in my organizer. The Primax Statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat, and the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Sheena, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damas II. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at Damas II and then, in order to frame the Steel Samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba? You're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country's a mess. And it's all because of you?
You're the one who killed Damas II?
Answer us. I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there's one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cocken. Bullshit. Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. There's one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Kirkus Alba. It's Polino, isn't it? They're all in on it. It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang. Subjectivity? My conclusion is anything but, and is the result of logic and investigation. Logic and investigation? Only seconds ago you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we can give such a flip-floppy logic any real weight to you. What's coming up next is definitely a part of the game. Alright, definitely a game. Definitely a part of the game. Looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me? You see, the real reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What? Oh good, you were shitting me.
Agent Lang, I demand an explanation.
Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. I told you he was playing so that we could get back in here and investigate.
You did? I knew this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed most suspicious. There's a tiny fly in my room, so I'm gonna just close this thing up really quick. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around. So that's why you put on this big show to accuse Francesca of the murder. Using Francesca as the bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights. Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. You know what? Fair.
So, that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth.
Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening. I thank you. You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. Are you trusting me now? Heh, the evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? I don't know about all that. But one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him. You're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you? You were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity.
Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. I tell you, I knew nothing. Really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue. You've swamped a real statue that invested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything. It doesn't make sense? Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense?
He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us.
The proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? Let's just save really fast. Just in case. The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Needless to say, we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma, and I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law, and what is justice? And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? Neo Neko's raiding me! The party of 3!
How's it going, everybody? I'm Sparkling Parfait. I am here to entertain you with bad voice acting in this Phoenix Wright... Sorry, not Phoenix Wright. Ace Attorney Miles Edgeworth investigations. I think we're in the finale. It says end, but it also says part 1, so I'm a little concerned. Anyway, hi, how's it going? I hope you had fun watching Genshin Impact. I think this is the last step. We're trying to blow things out of the... We're trying to blow the truth out of the water, something. I don't know what metaphor I was going for. But anyway, we're trying to nail the smuggling ring leader. There's 3 parts at the end, it just keeps going. Oh no. Okay, we're gonna at least finish part 1. We're on part 1 and we're gonna finish part 1. But yeah. So, Miles Edgeworth here has a dilemma. He was given 2 pieces of evidence that could nail the guy, but they're illegal evidence, so he would lose his integrity as an enforcer of the law. Or he could just not use it and then try to find some other way to nail this guy, but then he would probably... We don't really have anything, so he would just kind of probably slip through our fingers, you know? Which is... You know, that's not justice. So it's like either legality or justice, and that's what we're going with. And I'm like trying to decide if I want to go with the legal route or not. So let's see. For my own hands here and now, should we use the trump card? Let's just get it over with. There's no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this. Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates. Oh, is that what it is? We're pretty damn sure that this guy is the ringleader. And he's an ambassador of another country. It's a little bit awkward international incident. This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG-8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cocken. Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given. What? This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG-8 incident. KG-8 incident? The card in the video. These 2 pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate. Very interesting. I must admit I'm very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you've presented. The prey that the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man, who has had free reign for 10 long years, to simply walk away. Now's the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. March 15th, 1:34 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis Lobby. So, what is this interesting thing you wanted to show me? The trump card and the videotape. These 2 pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir! What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG-8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves that the card was used to relay an order. What? I'm sorry, what? What do you mean there's a section that proves it was used to relay an order? It's not the card itself, is it? Well, this is awkward. Let me think about this. I mean, I guess it would have to be the card itself, right? I can't think of anything else it would be. Alright, let's try this. As you can see, Mr. Cocken is holding the card in his right hand. I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. And that card and the one you have. Just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it? No? But there's a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. The blood? The blood. This dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG-8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Kodopian government car. What? Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Kodopia. What's this reflection in the window? I mean, the cards are right there. I could be wrong. If it's not this, then it's whatever the heck is going on over here. Shape of this pocket and the directive's cards in it. It tells us without a doubt this person in the car is Mr. Cocken. Yeah. The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera, and with it we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Yeah. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. Ah! Oh no, he's gone crazy! Oh shit, he's not feeble! You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at that time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove. How so? Tree Man arises! Oh lord! The Principality of Kodopia no longer exists. And so, naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist. Really? Because your badge right here was in the window on that video, so I'm pretty damn sure it was you. Not arrogance. What he really means is he's already erased all traces of them. Ah, we finished here, boy. Look, he's even fiddling with it as if the game's telling me, hey, look at this thing that you saw in the window. The only weapon I have left in me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I can use against him. Yep, this right there. What the? Ambassador Alba? Yes, what is it? You were once an army man in the service of Kodopia, and it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct? Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Kodopia, but now I am the only one who owns this particular medal. In that case, the only person it could be who was sitting in this car is you. How do you figure that? 'Cause it's right there, by the medal captured here in this footage. It is clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest. What? Oh my god, his face is cracking! What the fuck? That's creepy. This is how it will be, but I won't look back. For this is the path that I have chosen. Eh. You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth. Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me? It's almost looking impossible, isn't it, for the lot of you to have come this far? It looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time? You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that a fact? Very well, I've decided to confess and admit my guilt.
You're going to confess?
And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result. What the? Regarding the Damask II murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense. You're claiming it was justified self-defense? Damask II attacked me, and I'd felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. What a pathetic performance. I'm not giving you one.
Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times.
If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked. What? I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should. Okay, he did get stabbed with something. But Damask II didn't have wrong voice. Sorry.
But Damask II didn't have a single weapon on his body.
Hold on, it's nothing to get worked up over because I hid the weapon.
You hid it?
I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder's a murder, even if it is in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears.
Oh, it's covered in blood.
He was trembling quite badly during our struggle, but that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense.
Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. Ambassador Alba's wound data jotted down my organizer. God damn it.
No way!
Oh, which reminds me, I guess there's still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on. Stop spewing nonsense! You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you.
So murder of Damask II was done in self-defense? In my trials, no man escapes his crimes alive.
Perhaps so if you were my opponent in court. However, there's one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten. We're in a fucking embassy. And what is that? Wait for it to sink in. That's what you mean. Extraterritorial. Territoriality. Damn it, that word's too long. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that is beheld will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts. Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate, that's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime, that's the court's job. And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. That arrogance and your expression, That's nothing like the face of someone who's ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands. These crimes you all speak so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabasta has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game. These 2 layers of protection that extraterritoriality provide him. This is why he was one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you, but isn't this place also still half Babal? Bueno, come help. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. Shit. Is there nothing we can do? To be continued! Fuck. Well, that's unfortunate. Extraterritorial rights. Prepare to hear that statement a lot. Alright, I do want to keep going, actually. We'll stay up longer, it's fine. We'll just suffer. March 15th, 2:11 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby. Hopefully we're not up till 2 a.m. In real life. Can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality. Why do you keep saying the big word? Yes, and there's nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him into justice.
I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him.
I know. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of.
If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? The law can't help us. Then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of this myself.
Don't you dare. Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, that was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. Yeah, that's hard shit. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack?
Come on, everyone. We can't give up yet.
Okay.
I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden there.
She's right!
Come on now, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're right, Kay. Very well, let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay.
Right behind you.
Okay, then. I'll go check out Babal a bit more, sir.
And I have some things that I need to investigate further in Alabast.
Did we get kicked out? I don't know. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Passion Flowers data erased from my organizer. Ambassador Alba seemed agitated over something. Since there's something he doesn't want us to investigate.
I wonder why.
There are 2 special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastan soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him.
Cool. Sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want.
And murdered Amass II to run a smuggling operation and make a counterfeit bills, apparently.
But I thought all the counterfeit was done by Mr. Cocken and Babal.
Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. He used Babali's embassy's printing press and Babali's ink to make counterfeit bills. It's the same story over there anyway. Babal also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point, the ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country.
Really?
No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here.
So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we?
We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. Was this always here? This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before?
Oh!
There's a petal missing. And that's the pick. I've been saying it's that part of the logo. I won't rest till nooks and crannies again. Got it. Okay, I already know what we're looking for. It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses.
Wow, you even know the exact species? I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers.
All them nooks? Yep. It's all because of those flowers that the old lady sends me every month. Just look at me, I sound like some sort of botanist.
So, what exactly is this yellow flower here?
That one, I'm not sure.
What? You don't know?
As far as I can recall, I've never seen that flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen the shape somewhere before. Oh, we're gonna Eureka them. All them crannies. Yes, this is very related to something that we have in our possession. Eureka! Could this piece of evidence be related to this photo somehow?
Huh? Well,
nope, I don't think it's related at all. What do you mean? Am I not clicking on the right spot? Oh my god, I hate this. What do you mean that's not part of it? Nothing unusual about this area. There's that troublemaker standing there smack in the center making two peace signs. Wow, the Steel Samurai stands out even more than the two ambassadors in this picture.
Oh hey, the person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right?
No, I have no idea who he is.
Wait, but you just said he! You must know- you knew which gender he was, so you must know him, right?
I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again. Damn. It seems that lilies are at the center of this bouquet, with an accent of chamomile.
Wow, I can totally smell the wonderful fragrance.
Okay, this is just a picture.
Look, I know that. But it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know? Where's your sense of empathy?
You can smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo. That's more like a hallucination.
You don't have to be mean about it.
Let's just drop this before it's in full bloom. We can't? Seriously? Hold on, let me check the logic out. Agitated Alba, Calkins counterfeiting op. Something he doesn't want us to investigate. Seriously, how is this not related to the damn... What? Shit! I'm just trying to move the thing, not click on it. I want to move it further up. You have seen the shape before. Are we sure we can't? Oh, I get penalized for it though. Save. Alright, I'm gonna try it one more time. If it's wrong, I'll just go back and get my health back. I'm just like, it's definitely this! She says no. Okay, fine. I don't know why it won't let me... I mean, the petal's definitely from right there. Like, I don't know why they won't put it together. That's annoying. Okay, fine. Be that way. Flowers were sent by a variety of people and businesses to celebrate the goodwill. There is something? Like, what do you mean? Like, I know what I want to do, but it's not letting me do it, and it's really annoying. That's supposed to be like a wedding between Alabasta and... Is there... Am I clicking in the wrong place for that? Because I want to show that that damn pedal... The thing that they think is a guitar pick is a pedal from that bouquet. Obviously. But it's not letting me show that. That's from Global Studios. I'm like super annoyed that it's not letting me do it. Check all the evidence? Oh, Lord. Was this carried across country lines? Yes. There's the key sticking out. I don't know what I'm looking for. How is it not the pedal? I don't understand. They're like, this shape looks familiar. No shit. Is it the guide? Should I be using the embassy guide? Something in here that he's seen before? Are we tripping because the flower looks weird? Is that what we're tripping about? I'm gonna be really mad if this is it. Is this not this flower? No. It's not. I don't know what you're referring to when you say check all the evidence. That doesn't make any sense. It's like I've looked at all the evidence. And he's like, something about this looks really similar. It's the fucking, like, flower for that's the embassy logo. But I can't, like... It's stupid. This is stupid. Hello, and welcome to the embassy of Babal. I'm sorry, but I don't really need to enter your... Alright, limited time here at the Babali's embassy. We're offering a very special experience, the Terrifying Fire's Ashes tour. So how about it? Shall I sign you up? We're fine, thanks. We have an investigation to run. Well, I clearly can't leave the area, so I have to figure out what the fuck they want me to do with this stupid photo. There's something in this picture that I've seen before. First use evidence you checked when you rechecked your evidence was on the right track. What, the knife? Oh, it's also missing a piece. Oh. Wait, why is this also missing? Striking flower ornament on the handle. Wait, but why are they missing a petal? Oh, it's from the knife. That's the knife in the bouquet. What's the fucking knife in the bouquet? That's stupid. From this point on, you were doing a tutorial because you have 0 patience. The ball's national symbol is the butterfly and alabaster is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in the forest trick. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife? Ah! Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Calkin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis, and the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. The flower motif. It looks like the one of the flower petals is missing.
Ooh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal.
And the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon. Alabaster knife updated in the organizer. That's so stupid. Yep, same thing? Okay. Ah, god damn it. What else are we doing here? What if I talk to you? Hello, sir. On the orders of Ambassador Alba, no one's allowed into Alabast. Maybe the whip passed through here not too long ago. She is from Interpol and had proper paperwork, so while I was reluctant, I had to let her in. Sounds like Francisca, alright. Besides, if I didn't, that whip of hers? Yep, definitely Francisca. What else are we looking at? We're trapped in this area. Unless there's more to deduce. These flowers were sent by Global Studios. Global Studios? That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. I'm pretty sure this is the same as we read the first time we were through here. Read about that in the papers.
Mrs. Monkey.
Mrs. Monkey's getting a facelift. What is he agitated about? Hold on. Now, if I check on it again after I discovered the knife, will you, like, let me use the damn flower petal? Oh, shit. No. Oh, there's no more deducing. Oh, we're done with that. I guess it's all logic. Okay. Alright, renovations. Bobbly's embassy is undergoing renovations from top to bottom. Use Bobbly's embassy's printing press to make counterfeit bills. Since there's something he doesn't want us to investigate. I'm not sure. Let's talk to my partner. Yes? Agitated Alba.
Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't pay attention, Ambassador Alba's gonna get away.
Yes, I know.
Now hurry up and do that swing thing you always do.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
What? You don't? Oh, come on, you know what I'm talking about. That thing you do.
Are you talking about logic?
Yes, that's it. So hurry up and let's swing already.
Alright, alright. To be honest, it's been a bit hard to connect everything up until now just by looking. However, I should be able to piece things together if I take another look at my leads. Perhaps now is the time to use logic and reason. Use logic and reason my way to the truth. Alright, so we're logicking this, for better or worse. Does he not want us to investigate the counterfeiting? Not exactly a shining example of the perfect line of logic. Oh, don't punish me. No, I need that HP. Hold on. That's why I saved, because we're getting kind of low. Alright, so it's not... Use Bobbly's embassy's printing press. Something about the renovations. It's a good strat. It's just, you know... There's only so many combinations we can do right here. We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials, such as the Bobbly's ink and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun?
Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all.
Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. And the reason Mr. Cocken was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? Ooh. I mean... Alba? It's the one person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation from both embassies, the co-conspirator who is mopping up Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Calkin. Alba could conveniently place all the guilt for the smuggling onto Calkin. Okay, and that's what he doesn't want us to investigate? The death of Manny? The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Calkin. Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Calkin was killed.
Did he mean Ambassador Alba's the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends.
Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Calkin was the one who first betrayed their friendship?
Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Calkin pushing really hard for Mr. Polano to be ambassador after the reunification?
Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabas Primax Statue.
So Mr. Calkin hired Damas II to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Calkin?
This is definitely a possibility at this point. Those two really
were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast. But Mr. Calkin's body was discovered in Babal, right?
Right, and that is what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Calkin was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babalese Mr. Calkin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is here, because this is where they would both meet. The only place that makes sense is here, the Theatrum Neutralis.
What? Here?
The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been in is here.
But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land. So that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has.
It makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further.
So what should we check out?
Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain. However, the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate. Oh, Francisca, thank you for coming to our rescue.
I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth.
Francisca.
I have here some security footage from both Alabast and Babal. You would do well to take a look at its contents.
Security footage data jotted down in my organizer. Thank you, Francisca. You move fast.
When karma starts to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case.
I'm sorry about earlier.
We won't be beaten. Because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he?
Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Alabast immigration screening area.
I really hope there's something in here that we can use.
Once she puts it in, she can do a lot of work. Yeah, Francisca is very productive. Alright, let's take a look. Thanks for setting up the VCR. There goes Alba. There's the Steel Samurai and the Iron Infant. Which minute's footage should I examine? That's definitely Alba. Can't believe how completely fooled I was by the way he carried himself.
He had me fooled too. According to the files I had sent for earlier, Ambassador Alba was a Cordopian hero. He saves the royal family from danger countless times. So what bothers me is why would a man like that create a smuggling ring? Even with all the authority I have, I still haven't been able to figure out why.
Sounds like the ambassador was a hero who was corrupted by evil. But no matter what happened in the past, we can't let the man he is now escape justice. Nope, nothing else there. "5:22 p.m. At this time, the Steel Samurai stage show had come to an end, and Ambassador Alba was making his way back to his office. And then later, he shook hands with the Steel Samurai in his office.
And then later he shook hands with the Steel Samurai in his office. And then he was going to give a speech in the Rose Garden. Being an ambassador sounds like a busy, busy job. It's like someone is always stealing your time away.
Yes, I'd imagine it's something like that. But despite how busy he was, he still managed to find the time to kill Mr. Calkin. And move his body somehow from Theatrum Neutralis. These are posters of the country's
Those are posters of the country's tourist spots, though most are out of Gatewaterland.
I wonder if I keep doing the wrong voice.
I wonder if Alabastans in general like theme parks at all. The guard who stopped you has been to Gatewaterland a number of times, apparently. I guess they don't have theme parks in Alabast, huh?
Which minutes footage? 5:21. Nobody. On the outside, he may look like the Steel Samurai, but on the inside, it's just Larry.
Also, since the fact that it's that good for nothing, nothing else seems to out of order.
Wait, you know as well as I do that anything can happen if he's involved.
You're not suggesting that someone else could be under that mask, are you?
No, I don't think that. Just before he entered here, he gave me an autograph, so I'm certain it's Larry under there. Doesn't something about this lump shape strike you as odd?
Huh? Isn't it supposed to be the shape?
No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Is there a dead body in there? And then they swung it down the wire line. Next, let us check the footage from the ball security camera.
I hope it shows us something good. Phooey, there wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything.
That right there is the contradiction.
Huh? Did I miss something?
You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Calkin entering his own country.
But wasn't his body found in Babal?
It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Yay, got HP back! Ambassador Alba. I thought I'd ask for you and your group to vacate the premises, Edgeworth. Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil. You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. Pushcarts not only used for vending, yeah, apparently. I dare say that you even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over. No.
Where do you think you're going at this time of night?
After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret, so I'm heading to the airport now to return home. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you. You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it.
Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba?
Please help me, Poleno! Ambassador Poleno!
Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know?
Very well, if you insist. I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any farther. Ambassador Poleno.
Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish is for the normalization of relationships between our two countries. But there's one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right.
Thank you for your vote of confidence.
Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question. That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cocken. Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun. This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. Right into the testimony. Ambassador Alba's alibi. Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cocken and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi. So, that is your alibi? That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. Now that we have cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you would move out of my way. I said hold it. What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question. You did, but you still have yet to really answer my one question. What? Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing. Very well, I'll play with you just a little longer.
Miles Edgeworth, ask my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors. You are forbidden to lose.
Of course, that is something I've understood from the start.
That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he?
Yes, I believe so.
The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad, their legacy will live on through me. So that's why we've just gotta catch him, okay?
We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have it the truth now, shall we? No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. Alright. Let's press everything. Let's do this. He doesn't understand why we're placing suspicion on him. Being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on the duties of an ambassadorship. Don't you think that the combination is more than enough reason for suspicion? Then there's the matter of the crossbow arrows and the Primax statues. All of that is nothing more than your flights of fancy! What do you mean by that? Mr. Cock and I were fellow smugglers. It's not a hypothesis. Earlier we proved it to be what happened. Well, let's leave that to one side for now, because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive. Oh, so you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cocken? If you want to, I suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me. Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate if you would take me seriously. I'm sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well, a game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Now let's see you disprove it. How can he stand there and look proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to just stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. In that case, what motive would he have to kill his co-conspirator? Are you serious that just because you were partners that you had no motive to kill? I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion.
Looks like he's not going to admit it himself that he was in leagues with Mr. Cocken.
Suppose not, but I do know his relation to the smuggling ring and to Mr. Cocken.
You mean that he's the ringleader and that Mr. Cocken was his subordinate, right?
Correct, but I know more than just that. Miss Von Karma, I'm sure you remember the safe in Mr. Cocken's office, right?
Yes, the safe had 2 compartments to it, didn't it?
Yes, and why do you think those stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Cocken's office? Could it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back?
So, Mr. Cocken didn't turn the goods over but decided instead to keep them for himself? I suppose that's possible.
Seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being.
And that means they really that maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship after all.
What Ambassador Alba had to gain. I believe that is his motive for killing Mr. Cocken. What are you people whispering about amongst yourselves over there? I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now then, let's continue with your testimony. He was an alabast the whole time. And what exactly did you do while you're in Alabast? I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai, and then I arranged a few files. Around that time, the thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise.
Are you saying that it was the Master Seconds that made the first move?
Yes, and it was after I was attacked that I hit him on the head with the Primax Statue. Unfortunately, he died from the blow, but it was an act of justified self-defense. Calling it that doesn't cover up what you really did. Cover up? No, my boy, I'm not covering up anything. I'm telling the truth.
You weren't planning to admit to it, which is why you tried to frame the Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now.
I'm terribly sorry that I didn't clean up the body better, but I'm a busy man. I had a speech to give in the Rose Garden after that, you know. Yet despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Cocken, didn't you? Man is evil, and I'm sure you're familiar with the facts, but Mr. Cocken was killed in Babal while I was all the way in Alabast. Simply not possible for him killed in Babal, that's his alibi. You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cocken in Babal, and you are correct. Oh, I thought you would put up more of a fight, but you must concede to me. The only thing I'm conceding is the fact it's not possible for you to kill him in Babal. I'm not conceding that your alibi is the truth. Oh, I see. Well, but no matter how you try, know that you can't crush my alibi. You would be wise not to underestimate a prosecutor of this country. We'll see about that. So Mr. Cocken was a friend of the Ambassador Alba.
If that's true, then why did the ambassador kill him? It's not like in the case of my father where he ordered someone to do it. The problem we have here is we don't know what their exact relationship was.
Indeed, if they had complete trust in each other, then there's no motive for murder. However, both men were very selfish, and I believe that is from where his motive arose. Alright. What would his motive have been? Should we show this note? This is what we were talking about earlier. Objection! If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Cocken had betrayed you. But you had your own reason, too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess. I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument. I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cocken's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of this note is a request calling for the theft of the Alabast Primax Statue. Huh. By killing him and pushing all the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him. Are you finished with your hypothesizing? Excuse me. Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right? I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin. Now then, if you'll excuse me... Wait, what? I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question. Ugh.
Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time.
Doesn't matter what kind of man he was, he was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death. That is something for Babal to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to. Oof. Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Paleno. I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears.
There's no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Paleno.
We must find some way to stop him from leaving. It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home.
Hold it!
Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba!
Kay?
Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatagarasu's legacy will live on through me.
Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving?
You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this?
No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer? Wait, where have I seen that before?
This is a clue my father, Baron Faraday, left for us.
Did you say Baron Faraday?
Mr. Faraday's organizer? Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG-8 incident.
The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasu's key?
Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu kill 7 years ago.
I had no idea what you are talking about. You say that like it was related to me.
Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did.
What an amusing little girl you are, but that sort of trickery won't work on me.
If you won't believe me, then take a look at this.
And what is that toy there? Nuts.
This thievery device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather, by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy.
What?
These two pieces of evidence that hold information, the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabast right behind you.
Little girl, get to the point.
I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these two pieces of evidence.
Yatagarasu, you're the thorn in my side. Kay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings?
It's nothing case-breaking, really.
Ah, then it was just a bluff.
Even if it was, we still can't let all that info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those two pieces, aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay, I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end.
Kay.
When the going gets tough, someone's gotta be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this, too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony.
How dare you all, barring a person like me. Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please. Okay, let me save. I think... Oh shit, my camera froze. Hold up, guys. Let me refresh this. They're like good friends? Yeah, it's very cute. Okay. Like I was trying to say, I think this is a good place to stop for the night, otherwise we're going to be up super late. Because it's going to be at least another half an hour in this part, and then we have still one more whole part. It'll be really late. It'll be like past midnight when we finish. So, I know, cliffhanger! Ooh, what are you going to do? You got to wait till next week. Alright, we're going to stop here for now. And then we'll pick it up next week. Let me see, who's streaming right now? None of my friends are on. Oh, because they got off and raided me. Okay. Yep, that's all from me for tonight. Haha, you gotta wait till next week. Dang it. Okay. We'll try to start, if I can start earlier like I did this week, next week, then that will be perfect. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks everyone who stopped by. Thanks again, Neoneko, for the raid. And, may or may not be streaming tomorrow. Depends on if there's people for doing things. We'll see what happens. Or if we do anything interesting besides reading. Anyway, thanks again. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. And if you're, if you want to see more and you're not already following, do go ahead and hit that follow button. It doesn't cost anything. And then you can see when we go live to finish up this game. So, thanks again. Much appreciate everybody who came by today.
Sorry to leave you on a cliffhanger, but we'll wrap it up next week for sure. So have a great rest of your night, great rest of your weekend, everyone, and I will see you all next time. All right, bye, everybody.